Okay. Looks like we are good to go. Looks like we are good to go. Congratulations, man.
What?
Congratulations.
What? Series ain't over. Celtics will be the first team to come back down 3-0. I already know it's gonna happen.
You will never be a real woman.
I mean, shit.
I think we all know that's not going to happen. They've quit. They stink.
Jaylen Brown will ascend into godhood for exactly one series. Then he'll basically play like shit for the rest of his career. He'll get like a $300 million contract from coming back down 3-0 and averaging like 50 points across the next 4 games. Probably drop an NBA playoff record.
Not on his best day.
Hey, you're right. On his best day, he'd set an all-time fucking record. He'd score 101.
Mm-hmm. Man. Jason Tatum brought this on himself when he said that his hero was Kobe, I guess. It's like that thing I said about Kobe. He'd like to take shots that had a 4% chance of going in. That's where the Dead by Daylight meme came from.
Exactly. See, most players, when they're on the court, they see 5 opponents and 4 teammates. Kobe saw 9 opponents. On the fucking reservation.
Mm-hmm.
Son of a bitch. The same 32-ounce Miller High Life that is $5 at any other gas station in the city is $2.19 over there.
All right. Time to stock up.
That is nuts.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I just found the video. I linked it to you. Hey, Sam.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was the EA game.
Like,
I
what?
liked I liked what I said though, that was real life and it was when Bynum was on the Sixers.
Like, what in the programming would cause that to happen? Like, how could you program something to where, okay, Andrew Bynum, just go to half court, start T-posing, and don't stop ever?
Who the fuck even knows, man? But that would honestly be hilarious if like there was just a game where like let's say a Lakers game next season because Anthony Davis at some point will obviously end up being injured. He's just for whatever reason he's just standing at half court T posing, and people just have to like walk around him. He's just an obstacle. Imagine that. Adam Silver says ratings will increase if there become obstacle courts on the basketball court, and players have to dribble around obstacles that have now formed on the court, including such things as a tree made out of wood, a steel trash can, and Andrew Bynum T-posing.
Sam, this is the first, like, major dungeon. There are 4 in the game, I think. So, once I do this, I'm probably, like, 30% of the way through because I've grinded a lot of the shrines. But it's hard to know for sure.
Hey, 30% of the dingle. About that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, if our elected officials did things right 30% of the time, we would be ecstatic. So, anyway. I'm convinced that Joe Mazzulla doesn't know that the Celtics have timeouts. Like, he just doesn't use them. It's bizarre. He just stands there and watches the Heat reel off like 750 points in a row and doesn't call timeout.
See, I don't know if you watched the video that I posted about. Now, I don't think that B-Ball Breakdown is the best person out there. When I say that, I don't mean like I don't view him the way others do, thinking that he's the most knowledgeable person out there. However, he does know plenty about basketball because he is himself a basketball coach and has been for a long time. He played ball in high school and I think at a very low division college. But you know, he's got like just the same playing experience as like Greg Popovich. And you know, he hasn't coached at like an elite level obviously, but he is a coach, like he understands the game. And he's one of the most successful YouTubers out there when it comes to talking about basketball. So I liked his video. He was talking about Doc Rivers, the coaching problem, because he said pretty much every team that Doc Rivers coaches, they have problems. And you know, you see people defending the team by saying, well, you know, only one team can win in the playoffs. It's hard to win in the playoffs, blah blah blah, and all this other kind of shit. But like the teams he's on, even when the players are very different, you know, the roster divulges or diverges. The roster is different. There's diversity in the roster. He's not coaching the same players throughout like his entire coaching career. It's routinely changing up, and in spite of that fact, they continue to have the same problems. City to city, franchise to franchise, roster to roster, they continue to have the same problems. And one of the biggest problems is exactly like you mentioned. You know, he doesn't call timeouts when he needs to. He doesn't keep his players under control. He doesn't manage to lead a defense to where even elite defenders like Kevin Garnett is one of the greatest defenders ever. Period. Kevin Garnett is one of the best defenders ever to play professional basketball ever. And yet, on plenty of those Celtics teams, there were lots and lots of games where KG looked lost on defense, and that 100% was a coaching problem because his own ability and his own instinct. Now that works in 1v1 situations. But basketball is not very often a 1v1 situation, especially as the league continued to evolve, which happens to be also when Doc Rivers continued to deteriorate as a coach. When there was less and less ISO plays and more motion offenses. Defense is a team effort, and you scheme a defense. You know, a defensive setup on a basketball court is a lot like an if-then in programming. It's like if this happens, then that. If this happens, then that. You have to, because guys, you know, if you don't have some kind of plan and you don't have something that you're training for and practicing for and getting ready for, then when you encounter for the first time, you're going to get lost, bamboozled, completely taken by surprise, which gives up open shots. Now, that can happen a couple of times in a game where it's not a huge deal, but if it happens a lot, then everything falls apart. Now, Doc Rivers obviously is not Joe What's-His-Face, but it points to a very similar problem, which is lack of coaching ability and not being capable as a coach to lead your team in ways that they need to be led. Like you were saying, Spo called a timeout when the Celtics scored like 7 unanswered points. And Mazzulla, or whatever the fuck his name is, doesn't call a timeout when the Heat score like an infinity unanswered points.
Right.
It's because like when something is going right for the other team to that extent and that crazy of a level, you need to take a deep breath and you need to reset. That's what a timeout is for. You pause the game and you talk to your players and you say, okay, guys, here's what's happening. You're getting your ass beat on this end. Stop doing that. Look to this. Focus on that. Switch things around. That is what is known as an adjustment. Good coaches are able to do that. Bad coaches don't know what the fuck that is. I mean, this guy, like, he's living the dream, dude. He's getting paid to watch basketball. So, like, he's doing the same thing the rest of us are. The only thing is he's making millions of dollars to do it. That's nuts. But like, he's literally a spectator out there. I kind of feel bad for Spo because, like, yes, this is an easy trip to the finals. However, when you're going to go up play the Denver Nuggets, you need to be ready and you got to be at the top of your game. And this is far from a warm up. This is it's like imagine if at batting practice before baseball games started. Now you can sit there and fuck around with a corked bat with the ball on a tee just to like fuck around for a while and have fun. But imagine if you spent the entire practice doing that.
Yeah.
You
Waste
go
of
into the
time.
game and you'd be like, "Damn, I'm not ready for people to throw balls at me at all."
Yeah, it's like how Dwight Howard would mess around when he was practicing before games sometimes by doing like half-court shots and stuff, and it's like, man, you're not going to do that in game. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's something you can fuck around with a little bit. But to spend the entire warm up doing that, to spend the whole practice doing that, is nuts. So, like, the conference finals is supposed to be the final warm up for the actual NBA finals. Because what it's supposed to be is a battle between the two best teams in the conference, tearing each other to pieces, getting ready to see who's going to win in the championship round. This is not that. The Celtics look dead out there. They look lifeless. They genuinely look like a fish that had been caught long before the fishing expedition actually occurred, and had spent the last couple of weeks in a barrel, and have just been let loose back into a pond that is like the size of a kiddie pool. And then along come a bunch of professional fishermen. Like that, that fish doesn't have a chance and it fucking knows it, and it's not even gonna move. It's just gonna fucking sit there lifelessly and wait to get caught.
So here's a question. Is Spo one of the 5 best coaches of all time? Because it's always been Phil Jackson.
Unironically, yes. Unironically, yes, and I said that long before the season started. There may be some people who accuse me of recency bias or being a Heat homer, and I'm just high on the fact that we're having a deep playoff run. Hell no, I've said that Spo is one of the best coaches of all time since the fucking the first 2 seasons after LeBron left were some of the craziest seasons that we had in the history of our organization, because Bosch had the blood clots issue, but what also was going on is that everyone was constantly getting hurt. I can't remember if it was 2015 or 2016, but one of those seasons, I think it might have been 2016 actually. We were the 3rd seed. We made the playoffs both of those seasons, by the way, but we were the 3rd seed in 2016, and Spo coached us to the 3rd seed in the same year where the average the average length of games that a starting lineup would play is 2.
Yeah, I
And
remember that.
keeping track of this statistic is that every 2 games, Spo used a starting lineup that had not been seen before in that season and was not seen after in that season. Every 2 games, a starting lineup was used that would only be used for that 2-game stretch and would never be seen again that entire season. With that kind of inconsistency and that kind of turnover in something so critical to the success of a team, normally you'd hear something like that and you'd think, oh, that's a lottery team right there. That's got to be a top 5 pick. 3rd seed. Fucking 3rd seed. Not only that, they won in the first round behind an all-time great Wade playoff performance, his last great playoff performance for the Miami Heat. Remember purple headband guy, backpack guy, whatever?
Yeah.
We won that first round against the Charlotte Hornets. Then we go into the second round against the Raptors. We lost in 7, which means we were 1 win away from going to the Eastern Conference Finals as the 3rd seed under that kind of turmoil, with Chris Bosh having missed half the season with the blood clots thing, and Chris Bosh being viewed as pretty objectively and unanimously as the best player on the roster.
Was he
So I say
considered
all
better
that
than Wade at
because,
that point?
yes, unironically, because Wade was done. He had an MCL injury early in his career and he had two options. He could either get the surgery to have it replaced, which would have a longer term career and longer term knee health, a longer time to recover, or he could have them clipped, which would get him back sooner, but have shorter term knee health, long term knee problems, and a shorter career. He picked the second option because he wanted to get back as soon as he possibly could. It was the wrong choice to make, and he paid the price. By that point, he was long past being on his last legs. Like, we had a great performance from him, but half the reason that's remembered as being the last great Wade playoff performance is because no one fucking saw it coming.
Right.
Because in the grand scheme of amazing Wade games, taken in a vacuum, it wasn't actually that impressive. When you add the context of everything that was going on, it's like, holy shit, that's top 5 all time from Wade, definitely. So that right there, third seed, that kind of crazy turnover in the roster, missing your best player for half the season, and damn near making the conference finals, you should have won Coach of the Year. Who actually won it? Who else? 2016 was the 73-9 Warriors squad. Of course, Steve Kerr won it. That don't fucking matter. Because what did the Warriors actually do? They had every conceivable reason to win the championship, and instead they became the only team to gag up a 3-1 series lead in the finals. Losing to fucking Cleveland. That's just embarrassing.
Because I'm looking at a list, and this is an old list of the greatest NBA coaches of all time. You got Phil Jackson, Red Auerbach, Popovich, Pat Riley, and then fifth is Larry Brown. At this point, is Spo more accomplished than Larry Brown? He might be. Because Brown only won the one title.
Now, see, not only that, but this is something else that you need to consider. A lot of those names that you brought up were guys who played a very long time ago. And this is where people definitely come into the whole recency bias kind of thing. But Red Auerbach played, he coached. He coached during an extremely weak era. And I have no problem saying that because, yes, it's impressive that Bill Russell won 11 championships, but there were like 8 teams in the league.
Yeah.
Is it really impressive in the WNBA to be a dynasty when every team, except for like 2, make the playoffs? Now, compare that to someone who has the excellency and consistency and dominance in a league that has much more competition. Over a long period of time, guys like Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich, and Eric Spoelstra. That's way more fucking impressive than being a big fish in a small pond. If there's only 8 teams in the league and you fucking dominate, I mean, yeah, that just means you're the only good team. But that's why Wilt looks so fucking impressive playing against. Yeah, he lost to Bill Russell a ton of times, but he was basically by himself against the only good team in the league. That's pretty impressive.
Like,
Yes, Eric Spoelstra is a top 5 coach all time, and there's no question. And I've been saying it for a long time, and I still have no problem saying it now. If you look at Eric Spoelstra in his career, what he's managed to accomplish, and a lot of people say, well, you know, he only won those 2 rings with the big 3 because they're blah, 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 blah Hall of Famers. And it's all like, if you're really going to pull that kind of argument, then look at the amount of success that other coaches had with LeBron and compare them to what Spo did.
also, it's like, look at all the Hall of Famers that all the other top coaches got to work with. Like, how
That
many
too.
Hall of Famers were on the Celtics teams with Russell? They had Hall of Famers coming off the bench.
Right. How many Hall of Famers were on the Spurs teams with Greg Popovich? Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Robert Horry, I think. Is Horry a Hall of Famer?
Not yet. He probably will be, but I mean, Ori was not an amazing player, so that's a little bit different.
Fair enough. Well, now I'm considering guys who are like all-time level in terms of role player capability. Robert Horry, when you think of a 3-and-D guy, he's in the top 3.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that another guy who's also in the top 3 is, wouldn't you know it, Bruce Bowen, who's also on those fucking squads.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, Kawhi Leonard, who's going to be a Hall of Famer for sure. He's got 2
Sorry.
Finals
You're
MVPs.
right. Definitely there. Kawhi Leonard. Um, uh, Fuck it. I might as well say it. Dennis Rodman played there for a season. They didn't win a championship with him, but he was fucking there.
Yeah, I can imagine him and Popovich would not get along terribly well. Funny to imagine.
Anyway, so so the talent argument, the Spo just got carried by blah 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 teams is bullshit. It's like, look, Spo's done a lot with the same teams that people did less with, the same talent that people did less with. He did more than a lot of other people. Like the fact that this guy's never won Coach of the Year is extraordinary, considering other people who have. The only reason he has it is because the only time that the Heat were the top team in the league, or at the very least in the conference, was when LeBron was there, and everyone said LeBron was the reason the team was good, not Spo. And yet here the team is like, look at the start of the playoffs when the Heat beat the Bucks. When the Heat beat the Bucks, everyone said, "Oh my God, I can't believe the Bucks lost to an 8th seed. This Bucks team is frauds. Mike Budenholzer deserves to be fired. Giannis Antetokounmpo should forfeit his MVPs. This is a fraudulent team." Then they beat the Knicks. Now they're about to beat the Celtics. What the fuck happens if the Heat actually end up winning the championship? And everyone sits there and says, "Oh, well, I guess it wasn't that bad that the Bucks actually lost because the Heat were the best team in the playoffs." They probably just had to deal with a very controversial season that things just didn't go their way. People kept getting hurt. There were things going against them. You know, they had players who had long stretches where they were in a bad mental space. Spo's talked about all this playoff season. He said, "I love the fact that we have the play-in tournament, because we lost our first game in the play-in tournament, and it brought a lot of guys together because we had an amazing talk in the locker room after that game, and I feel like that's the reason we've had so much playoff success, is because we put it in our heads, the narrative there, that we're better than this, and it's time to go out there and play like it," and they fucking did. You know, everyone's been talking about, wow, this crappy Heat team, I can't believe the Bucks lost to them. It's like, imagine if they go on and win the fucking championship. Then they get to be the first team. They're not just the first play-in team to ever win a playoff series, but then they become the first 8th seed to ever win a championship. At that point, people have to look at them and be like, you know what? I think we need to start seriously considering these guys in the talks for the season awards, even though we hadn't been before. Because damn if they didn't go out there and fucking deserve it and show that they deserve it time and again. Right now, Eric Spoelstra is perhaps the best coach who's never won Coach of the Year. And we've had absolute fucking clowns. Like, what's his face that the Suns just fired?
Bonnie Williams has won it twice,
Yeah,
yeah.
there you go. Dwayne Casey. Fucking, I'll go to the grave saying that Steve Kerr's an overrated coach. I'm not saying that he hasn't, you know, he hasn't put up good enough performances and that his teams aren't good and all that kind of shit. But I'll sit there and say he's overrated and that Spo deserves it more. Like I talked about that 2016 season. And, you know, I'm gonna sit here and make the Carmelo Anthony getting the MVP vote over LeBron argument right here by saying that what Spo did was more impressive to me than Steve Kerr winning 73 games with that fucking Warriors team.
Yeah, I mean, the Carmelo thing didn't make sense on that level either. That's why that's such a meme. It's like, okay, you can say that, but you just saying that doesn't make it true.
Right. Now, anyway, I love Spo, and I've been defending Spo for a long time, because I've been a Heat fan for a long time. So imagine how I felt when people kept saying, is Eric Spoelstra the worst coach to win a championship in 2012? Imagine when people were all like, how did the Heat lose in 2011 and Eric Spoelstra didn't get fired? LeBron tried. LeBron fucking tried in 2011. He tried to do the same thing Shaq did. And sit here and say, hey, I don't know about this Spoelstra guy. I think we'd be doing a lot better if Pat Riley was coaching this team. And Pat Riley himself went down to LeBron and said, you don't run this fucking organization. I do. I believe in Eric Spoelstra. And LeBron didn't say shit after that.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I never heard about that conversation happening, but I'm sure it did. It makes a lot of sense.
Now, see, the thing is, Eric Spoelstra obviously is much better than people have been giving him credit for a long time. But what's crazy to me is that even now, with people seeing finally how good he is as a coach and the impact that he has as a coach, they still continue to sit there and say, well, you know, in spite of all that, absolute clowns like Monty Williams deserves the Coach of the Year award over him.
Well,
Now,
you
what the
know
fuck is
the
that?
makeup award is coming, right? Like, Jokic is going to win MVP next year to make up for this year, for sure. And for the same reason, Spo's definitely going to win Coach of the Year, I think, next year because they're like, okay, it's finally time.
Right. And you're exactly correct. And this brings me back to the beginning of my rant. I wanted this is what I've been getting to the whole time. People have been saying for a long time, you know, they keep bringing up racism about is the reason why certain players don't deserve or certain individuals don't deserve awards and others do. You know, for instance, we had a couple of years ago, I think it might have been when Dwayne Casey got it. People were saying, why does the coach of the year always have to be a white guy? Isn't it time a black coach won coach of the year? And that ended up being a pretty significant narrative this year for MVP. People thought Jokic won the last two. A white guy in the NBA three-peating as MVP just doesn't make any sense. Isn't it time a black player won MVP again, even though they've won like 12 of the last 15 MVPs or some shit? Spolstra is actually held back by racism because he's Filipino. And look at the experience of Asian players and coaches throughout history of the NBA. There hasn't been many, but Yao Ming, Jeremy Lin, and Eric Spoelstra have all had to go through the same shit, which is people constantly giving them guff and grief when there wasn't any reason for it. And then when they go out there and fucking play their hearts out and prove them wrong, they need to do it way more times and someone of another ethnicity would have needed to in order to be taken seriously. I mean, fucking Shaq talks about this. It took him years to take Yao seriously, even though Yao was whooping his ass for every single game they played against each other in those years. It wasn't until like 5 seasons in where he finally started giving Yao credit. Jeremy Lin, Linsanity was lightning in a bottle because he was exactly what the Knicks needed to fit in the Mike D'Antoni system. And the whole reason it fell apart was just because Carmelo Anthony came back from injury. And if it hadn't been for that, Linsanity would have continued.
Probably.
And there's no coincidence that when Mike D'Antoni went to Houston and Jeremy Lin was still on that squad, suddenly Jeremy Lin looked really good again. Everyone was like, oh, is Linsanity back? It's all like, this dude fits in the Mike D'Antoni system.
Yeah, he fit that Rockets thing too, with like all the free throws he shot. Like that was Daryl Morey's thing.
Fucking exactly. So, you know, you got all that going on, and then you look at Spo, and you're sitting there and you're like, you know what? If you removed Eric Spoelstra and took the exact same statistics, achievements, everything, and then you hung that around the neck of Tyronn Lue. Tyronn Lue would already be getting called. Again, a top 5 coach of all time. He'd probably have 3 Coach of the Year awards.
Man, that's disgusting to think about.
That's all it would take. I mean, Spoelstra's been a head coach since 2008. He's been doing this for 15 years, and for 15 years he's been trying to escape from under Pat Riley's shadow from the people who don't actually watch the Heat play. Because people who are not paying any attention to the organization just take a look at it and then think, oh, I'm sure that Pat Riley's just the reason that this team is good. It's a load of shit.
I mean, if that's the case, wouldn't they just fire him and get a new coach every year so they can save money? if the coach didn't matter when you think about it.
Well, yes, that's true. But that's the thing, you know, is like you come back and you talk about this, and it is what it is. I keep saying this. Coaching is the most misunderstood thing in professional sports. And Eric Spoelstra is a great example of why that is. The fact that people would go out there and think that Dwayne Casey earned his fucking Coach of the Year award, or that Monty Williams earned his Coach of the Year award. Because, like, people make a valid point when they say that awards like this are based off of the regular season. That much is true. But it's also pretty easy, and it helps feed into the narratives for the following seasons when people actually take a look at how those teams did in the playoffs. And then they sit there and say, you know what? No. Because, I mean, what happened in 2016? Steph Curry, if I remember right, he won his second, he repeated his MVP that
Yes,
year, right?
correct.
He repeated his MVP. He's the best player on the best team by record in the history of the NBA. 73-9 Warriors team. MVP, Steph Curry. Coach of the Year, Steve Kerr. What do they do in the playoffs? Choke a 3-1 lead to the Cleveland Cavaliers, lose the championship. So what happens the following season, 2017? The Warriors are just as fucking incredible. They don't try as hard in the regular season, so they don't win as many games, but they signed Kevin Durant. They're now a fucking incredible team. They easily win pretty much all their games. They go into the playoffs and they go 16-1, which is tied for the best playoff record ever with the 2001 Lakers, who went 15-1.
Technically, it's better, but yeah.
Well, just with the way that math works out, but the 2001 Lakers would have gone 16-1 also. That's just the first round was only 5 games. So anyway, but Steph Curry didn't win MVP again. And he didn't win MVP because now people are like, okay, you signed Kevin Durant, plus last year when you were the amazing stud, you choked in the finals. So now he doesn't win MVP, and if I remember right, Steve Kerr doesn't get Coach of the Year that year. Let me check.
Pretty sure he didn't.
2017 NBA Coach of the Year was Mike D'Antoni.
Who was he coaching then?
Rockets.
Really? Okay. I completely memory hold that.
They were a 55-win team. Wow. Hold on. NBA standings 27. Rockets were the 3rd seed, a 55-win team, and the MVP went to the Thunder, a 6th seed, 47-win team. Because it was Russell Westbrook becomes the first person to average a triple-double across the season since Oscar Robertson.
Oops.
Yeah, that would go on, and that, again, is why Russell Westbrook didn't win another MVP. The season afterward, he averaged a triple-double again. But because of his horrific playoff performance and the fact that the Thunder sucked, everyone started to realize, hey, wait a minute, all he's doing is just stat padding. He's not actually that good. I mean, he's an elite player, yes, but there's a humongous difference between elite player Russell Westbrook and elite player Kevin Durant. One of them actually results in his team winning games. The other one just looks good on the court. So that's an excellent example, though, of the fact that the playoff performance of the previous season had heavy biases entering into the regular season of the next season, who would actually win the awards. Coach of the Year goes to the 3rd seed, who won 12 less games than the Warriors did. Warriors won 67 games. But aside from the fact that they won 73 the season prior, so this is technically a worse season, they also signed Kevin Durant. So people aren't going to sit there and say, well, that's obviously the best coached team. No, they're going to sit there and say, that's a stacked team filled with superstars. No one who's a part of this organization deserves an award because they're basically playing on easy mode. Meanwhile, while that shit's going on, fucking, what's Eric Spoelstra doing? Working his fucking ass off to keep a team with incredible roster turnover actually relevant.
Yeah, Rick Carlisle never won Coach of the Year for his work with the Mavericks, which I think is a crime. I thought he did a great
Which
job
is
with that team.
also fucking bonkers. Because Rick Carlisle and his motion offense, I remember because I actually had to study the fucking thing for UFD, and I can be autistic when it comes to something that I actually care about and am passionate about. I watch dozens of hours of fucking game footage just to watch the fucking motion offense and to understand the finer details of Rick Carlisle's motion offense scheme and the Dallas Mavericks offense. It was at that point that I realized I'm all like, you know what? He is revolutionizing the way that people are playing offense the same way that Tom Thibodeau revolutionized the way that people play defense. Because pretty much everybody is using some form of Tom Thibodeau's pick and roll defensive scheme in the NBA now.
Right.
And like you
Beasting.
said, the fact that Rick Carlisle hasn't won a Coach of the Year award in spite of that, it's incredible.
He did win one, but it was with the Pistons back in 2002.
Right. And again, that's the thing this is why I hate the concept of makeup awards. Like let's sit here and say sight unseen not a single minute of basketball for the 2024 season has been played, and sit here and say, okay, let's just say Eric Spoelstra wins Coach of the Year as a makeup award. What if someone genuinely deserves it more than him? Then all that happens is that they get robbed. This is why I hate the concept of a makeup award, is because it becomes a fucking trial, a never-ending cycle,
Oh, absolutely.
where as soon as one person gets the makeup award to make up for the fact they got robbed previously, well, now someone else got robbed to make up for that dude's makeup. Now you got to give him makeup, and someone else is getting robbed. Like fucking Kobe Bryant got a makeup MVP award in 2008 because he deserved it in '06. Which is not to say that other people didn't play just as good, if not better, but Kobe fucking earned it in '06. He didn't earn it in '08. But they gave him a makeup award as a Lifetime Achievement Award because they're like, there's no way Kobe Bryant can retire without an MVP. He's one of the greatest to ever play. But that season, Chris Paul played out of his fucking mind, and he earned that fucking MVP at least a dozen times over. But did Chris Paul ever win an MVP? No, because that was his best chance. He never had another opportunity to put it in, and no one was going to give him a makeup award. And that's a crying shame.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, let's say Spo gets his makeup award. That's great and all, but, like, what if someone else just gets fucked?
God, like, you know, Dwayne Wade not getting... I mean, I don't know if there was ever a year when Dwayne Wade should have won MVP.
His peak season was 2009. He played absolutely out of his mind. However, it wasn't an MVP season. And the only reason that I say that is just because his team was just... Like, you can't give the MVP to a guy where his team is, like, just barely fucking hanging in there. Even if he falls under the most valuable player mindset of, like, if it weren't for this dude, this team would be the worst in the league. Which is fair enough, but, like, if Wade had that good of this season, if he had the exact same season and he was playing on the 2016 Warriors, he'd have won that MVP. In that case, there's no question.
Yeah, I buy it.
It sucks, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Because it's hard to say that when someone's on a bad team that they're not just stat padding, which is the exact reason why Russell Westbrook's MVP was fraudulent. And even though he did the same thing in the season afterward that he did the season prior, they didn't give it an MVP that time because they realized it was all just a big scam. You know, it's the Tony Roten problem, which is if your team is that bad, someone has to go out there and score the points. Someone has to go out there and get the rebounds. Someone has to go out there and get the assists. Because there's no such thing as a basketball game that is so fucking insanely one-sided that the other team doesn't score points, doesn't get rebounds, doesn't get assists. Someone has to.
Right. To a certain
So
extent, even though this is one of my favorite players, that's what happened with Kevin Love in Minnesota.
Yeah. Which is funny because his time with Miami right now is really like I think it's really helping his all-time rating. Cause in Cleveland he got turned into the fucking janitor. Cause he literally said the words, if it gets me a ring, I will push a broom here in Cleveland. Because he said he wanted to win a championship so bad, he didn't care what LeBron would do to his career. He didn't care what the perception of him as a player, what would happen. He just wanted to win, which is good. That's a good competitive mindset. But it makes him look bad when he it looks like he's not impacting the game at all because LeBron's out there stat padding rebounds, so Kevin Love can't get rebounds anymore. But if he's not getting the rebound, that means he can't show off his incredible outlet passing skills. Kevin Love, when he gets the rebound, is one of the best players in the league for the last decade at receiving the rebound and then chucking it down the court on a fast break. He, like, people say it all the time, and they've been saying it again this postseason because he's been doing it again. They call him a fucking quarterback because he passes it fucking 70, 80 feet down the court to a guy who's practically already at the fucking basket. As soon as he gets the rebound, just easy points, easy assist. He can't do that if LeBron's getting the rebound because in the time it takes for LeBron to grab the rebound, secure it, and then pass it to Love to try to do that, the defense has already gotten there.
Right?
So just in that one instance of stat padding and LeBron's selfishness, he's already taken away a tremendous part of Kevin Love's game and his ability to impact the game and result in a win for his team. And now, even though Kevin Love's a great three-point shooter as a big man, he's an amazing stretch big, his best three-point shooting is not on the spot-up. It's on the pull-up. Which is kind of strange for a power forward, but fuck, if that's his best shooting, let him do it. But he can't do that when he's playing with LeBron. Only LeBron, but also Kyrie Irving. There's only one ball. So Kevin Love had to completely reinvent his game. And more to the point, LeBron expected him to just do what Bosh did, which is receive spot-up shots, grab rebounds if necessary, and also to play incredible defense. Kevin Love didn't have that incredible defense. He was an amazing passer for a big man, but he never had the ball in his hands. Anytime the ball touched his hands, he was expected to shoot it instantly.
Yeah, that was such a disappointment to me. I really thought the Kevin Love thing was going to work beautifully.
It should have been, man. And you know what? If that was on the Miami Heat, it would have been.
Oh, yeah.
Because Spo and Riley would have... Because, like, fucking... I showed you the other day. It was this clip of Spoelstra. He was getting in Jimmy's ass. He was furious. Even though he's, like, half Jimmy's size, he was chewing him the fuck out, man. He was going to town on him, man. He looked like a fucking chihuahua out there. He was fucking yapping at him and fucking... He was getting in his ass. And I'm all like, that right there, that's a championship-winning coach. Because look at him doing that. Chewing out the ass of his best player. Then look at Tyronn Lue. Anytime Tyronn Lue tried to establish his authority and dominance over LeBron, LeBron literally laughed at him. Because in LeBron's rookie season, he had one of the highlight blocks of the year on Tyronn Lue. Aside from the fact that Ty Lue's most famous moment in the NBA is literally being part of somebody else's highlight, when fucking Allen Iverson stepped over him.
Yeah. Still an all-timer.
Exactly. Ty Lue, like, the man's made a living off of being part of somebody else's highlight.
Right.
He was never going to get taken seriously. Tragic,
Beasting, they are saying that the Sonics are going to come back in 2024. Apparently they have plans to expand to Vegas and Seattle in 2024.
Now, do you mean that it's going to happen this off season because
I think
that
next
it will
off
be the
season.
2024 season, or do you mean it will happen in the year of 2024, which would be next off season?
The latter.
Okay. That would be interesting. I don't agree with Vegas continuing to get sports teams like this. You know, like the fucking Golden Knights broke the dam, and suddenly everybody wants to put a professional sports team in Vegas. And I'm sitting there like, is the money there though? Is the fan base there?
Well, I went to a Golden Knights game last year when I went to Vegas with the Boogle, and they were all going, so I went with them. They do attract a lot of bandwagoners because they were good immediately. So for the moment, they're doing fine.
That makes me wonder something. Let me check. Yeah, duh. That's not what I asked, though. This is hilarious. I Googled Las Vegas Raiders attendance because I want to see what their attendance is rating at home. So what pops up? Las Vegas Raiders fans rank among the best fan bases in the NFL because of their away support. And I'm all like, well, no shit. Because they're the fucking LA team, as I constantly try to tell people who don't live in the LA area. Like, what the fuck, man? I want to see how they actually do in the fucking filling out their home stadium. And sure enough, there we go. Third from the bottom. They rank 30th in the league in attendance. Easy peasy.
Let's see, where's the damn thing? God, man, the funny thing is, not only is this series retroactively making Budenholzer look way better, it's also making Doc Rivers look way worse, and his firings more justified.
I'll be with you in a second. I have to answer a text, so everything that you just said went in one ear out the other. I didn't even
Okay,
do it.
yeah, that's fine. Where's my flint? Where's my flint? I have to admit, I'm still fairly confident that the Nuggets are going to would win that final, but man, it is starting to get a little bit old doubting this Heat team. It's going to be fun regardless. It beats the hell out of seeing the Lakers there. And I'd much prefer this to the Celtics, too. I hate Boston sports teams.
Sorry for the interruption. Now, what was it you said?
No, I said not only is this series retroactively making Budenholzer look better and his firing less justified, but it's also making Doc Rivers' firing more justified when you think about it.
Yes, because the fact that you could somehow be worse at adjustments than a guy who's not making any is extraordinary. Um, and again, exactly what you said about Budenholzer. Like the Bucks were the best team in the league this season. They're the top record in the league, and fucking Budenholzer is an amazing coach. And it is hilarious because I have watched, as these playoffs have gone by, I have watched not only the opinions of other fan bases, but also the opinions of the Bucks fan base themselves go from thinking at right after Game 5, when the Bucks lost, go from saying, "Holy shit, Budenholzer has to go. The Bucks are the worst coach team in the league. Budenholzer's a fraud. Get him the fuck out of there." It went from that to, okay, Budenholzer's a decent coach, but like maybe his firing was still justified and they should go in a different direction, to Budenholzer's an above average coach. I don't know why they blame the whole thing on him, to holy fucking shit, how did the Bucks fire one of the best coaches in the league just because they lost to Miami?
Yeah, I mean, it's what if they
Watching
what if they
watching that
rehired
play out
him?
in real time over the span of like a month has been hilarious.
Yeah. What if they rehired him and were just like, "Oh, we were trying to give him a contract extension, but there was a miscommunication."
That would be hilarious. Sit here and be like, you know what, we made a mistake, so we rehired him at a larger salary.
Oh,
Oh my fucking god.
GM Trevor Roberts, thank you for the bit. Thank you for the 1 bit. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support. hmm That'd be hilarious if they were just like, "Yeah, okay, we messed up." I mean, at least Nick Nurse got 4 years after the Raptors won the title before he got fired, and they were probably correct to fire Nick Nurse, honestly.
This is nuts to me, man. Like, how does this keep happening? Where people make such fucking knee-jerk reaction decisions with millions upon millions of dollars at stake. When if they had just had the fucking sense to wait a few weeks, everything would be fine. Because you got to think about it right now. I don't know who the Bucks GM is. You know, whoever it is that had the authority to make the Budenholzer firing decision. But if they had just waited a month, they would look incredible in terms of their patience and foresight. To where they just weathered that storm real quick of everyone bitching, and then they just looked like legends for just letting that pass over.
Especially now, they're probably going to
And
hire
not
Mark
just
Jackson.
the Bucks, man. If they do that, the Bucks will, they're gonna go in a waves backwards direction.
I kind of hope it happens now. It'd be hilarious.
Okay, so I'm gonna sort by percentage for NFL attendance. Las Vegas looks a tiny bit better. Instead of being third worst in the league, they're sixth worst in the league.
Part of the reason why is they're not very good, of course, but yeah.
But that's the point. Golden Knights may have fan interest. That's because they're good, and they were good right away. But if they get another team and it sucks, the money isn't there, the attendance isn't there, the merchandise isn't there. They just have a team in Vegas. But you know what? It'd make more sense financially for them to have a team in fucking Kansas. Kansas City.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what the Golden Knights attendance does when the team is bad, because it'll happen eventually. But it's kind of
It's
like
gonna
how the Rams were good and still had no attendance. Like, even being good couldn't
right
help the LA Rams. That was...
because it's in LA. It's because the Raiders are LA's team, and no one's gonna give a shit about the Rams or the Chargers. Because the Chargers have dog shit attendance, but no one's bothering to talk about that. Because why the hell would they care? Everyone expects them to have bad attendance. And if you just look at percentage of the stadium and everything, because the Rams stadium isn't that large. By percentage, they're top 5 in the league in attendance. Seattle, by the way, in percentage is top 10, but still below the Rams. But when you look at the number, the average, Seattle is above the Rams. I assume it's just because they have a higher capacity in their stadium.
Yeah, that's probably the case. Our stadium's starting to get a little bit older.
But when you look at the average attendance per game, number 1 in the league, far and away, it's not even close, is Dallas, by almost 20,000 more fans a game. However, when you look at percentage, their capacity is so high that Dallas is 4th worst in the league.
That's actually pretty crazy.
They have 20,000 more fans per game than the team in 2nd place. 93,000 in attendance per game. But that's only 93% of the stadium filled. They have an absolutely massive stadium, no doubt, but they have the most attendance in the league. But when you look at percentage, they look like one of the shittiest. They're down there with the Jets, the Texans, the Falcons, and the Commanders, which is awful. And here's another one. When you look at percentage of the stadium being filled, Miami is in 4th place, ahead of the Rams and the Seahawks, which you mentioned. But the thing is, it's still Miami. When you look at the average attendance, that number, stadium's really small. They're 25th in the league. The total attendance they had throughout the entire season was 529,000 people. It's a number 1 in the league, Dallas Cowboys, 841,000. And I say all this because when you look at attendance, you got to look at the whole thing, because it's a very different picture depending on how you look at that.
Absolutely.
Which again is why I'm talking about all this, is because no matter how you look at it, the Raiders' attendance sucks, and it's because they're in Las Vegas.
Man, they built that $1 billion stadium, and if things don't pick up, you're saying they're probably gonna... Man, that would be depressing. Actually had to leave Vegas that early.
This is pretty entertaining. 6 years ago, after dropping 2 home games against an 8th-seeded Jimmy Butler team, Brad Stevens and the Celtics shuffled Joe Green in the starting lineup and ripped off 4 straight wins. Wildly different circumstances, and Joe Mazzulla doesn't need to reinvent the lineup now, play Rob, Grant, Moore, but Green's start remains one of the biggest curveballs covering this team. And then they just mentioned some betting stuff and all this kind of crap. But everyone's just talking about how, oh yeah, Brad Stevens is better than Mazzulla because look, he made 1 adjustment against the Butler team, and then off they go. And it's all like, hey, did anybody else mention how 2 games afterwards Jimmy got hurt? I wonder how they ripped off 4 straight wins. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it would fix anything, but Brad Stevens should, like, actually come down and just coach the last game that the Celtics played. just for
I
fun.
think what's gonna happen is that Brad Stevens is gonna come out there to Hulk Hogan's music. You know, I am a real American. Like he's gonna come charging down the ramp, the Hulk Hogan's music, and then he's gonna drop the leg on Tatum and Brown himself. It turns out Brad Stevens is the third man. He'll rip off his jersey and reveal Miami Heat number 6 underneath. We got him, folks.
No, no. He gets out the folding chair.
Oh man, that's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking at the series that Miami played against Charlotte. Wade in that series, 19 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists per game on 47% shooting. So pretty good, but he's definitely had better. So I see what you're saying. Oh, they won the game 7 by 33 points. Getting all the way to a game 7. And then you just get completely waxed. Wade didn't even do anything because he barely played because the game was over immediately. That's pretty good. Campbell Walker went 3 for 16 from the field. That's a nice meme. Frank Kaminsky, remember him? Went 3 for 15. Wow. Wow, the Hornets played like shit in this game, man.
It's pretty good. Everyone's talking about Tyler Hero right now because he's gonna return from injury. Uh, because he got hurt in the first round. Everyone's like, he'll be back in time for the finals. Like everyone was joking and shit, but like he's gonna be back in time for the finals.
Is that a good thing, though? Duncan Robinson scored like 800 points tonight.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. The exact same shit happened the last time we made the finals, which was Goran Dragic was hurt, so he sat. And what was funny is that meant Hero actually got the chance to step up, and he fucking popped off. But Dragic came back because all of a sudden the Heat looked like they had legs in this series. So he came back early. He was still hurt. Hero hit the bench, just like that. Whole fucking team's chemistry got shot to shit. We lost. The exact same thing's going to happen here. Hero's going to be like, hey, the team's got legs. It's time for me to come back. He's going to come back too early. He's not going to be in the same rhythm. He's not going to be at 100%. Robinson gets put on the bench even though he's been popping off. And just like that, whole team's chemistry gets fucking tossed. All shot to shit. Lose. I can see the same fucking shit happening again.
I mean, in fairness, the Nuggets are a really good team. If you lose to the Nuggets, it's not necessarily that you did anything wrong.
Oh, I am not making excuses by any stretch of the imagination. Remember, I had the Nuggets winning the championship before the playoffs began. When
No,
the
no,
seeding was
I hear you.
right when the seeding was finalized, I said Nuggets are taking it. There's no doubt in my mind this is their year.
Securing the hatch on the deck.
And here we are. The only thing I was wrong about is that I thought the Kings were going to face the Nuggets in Western Conference Finals. I didn't see the Kings losing to the Warriors in the first round because I thought the Warriors were done. Now, the thing is, I was right. What I was wrong about is that in Game 7, the Warriors spent their life force just to beat the Kings, and then they went into the next round and they were done. They were 100% done. That was the doneness that I expected. That was the doneness that I predicted. That was the doneness that I saw. And it allowed the Lakers to win that series and then go to the conference finals. That should have been the Kings. The Kings would have fucking dumpstered this Lakers team.
Yeah, I mean, the Grizzlies had all those problems too, and still gave the Lakers a good series. So they probably should have. They probably should have beaten the Lakers too.
Oh yeah, the Grizzlies definitely had their chance and they fucked it.
Hmm. I like all the NBA meme pages that keep posting like the pictures of John Morant when he was in high school. Apparently, he went to private school.
Yes.
I like that.
Well, because see, that's the thing is that Ja doesn't need to play this thug shit. 'Cause he's not a thug. He wants to be. He doesn't have to be though. He's extremely blessed. He has a wonderful life. Why would he want to pull this thug shit? So the fact that he wants to make people have to fucking remind him, like, dude, you are nothing even close to it. You went to private school. You came up as lily white as Kaepernick.
Yeah.
You don't need to play this shit. It's just stupid. So it's pretty funny because everyone right now is calling, by everyone I mean Celtics fans on Twitter are calling the Celtics an underdog.
Well, they are now.
Yes, they are now, but it's all like, this is, no. You guys are the second seed. You're the second seed who made the finals last season. Everyone would have said, if you told them Boston would make the Eastern Conference Finals, everyone said, yeah, that makes sense. If you told them Miami would have made the conference finals, and this I mean at the beginning of the playoffs, everyone would have been like, are you retarded? Pretty music.
And Mike Brown has 2 Coach of the Year awards. I feel so wrong, even though he probably, like...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit, you need to see this. This is a great fucking meme right here. Oh, man, that's good.
In Kobe's final ever finals game, he shot 6 for 24. Tatum picked the wrong guy to idolize, I guess. And no, Raga, I don't think that Snacks was talking to you in the meme channel, by the way, for whatever that's worth.
What?
No, I was just telling Ryguy in the chat, I don't think Snacks was talking to you in the meme channel.
Is Ry Guy upset?
No, he's not upset. He was like, were you talking to me?
Hold on. I can't even remember what I did. I don't even know.
Oh, politics, excuse me, not memes. Yeah, he posted a meme in politics and you said fuck off. And he was like, wait, are you talking to me? And I was like, I don't think he is.
Oh no, I was talking to the locomotive that was mentioned.
Yeah. I think I said this before, but I actually, like, watched some of their stuff on TikTok, and it's just a very nasty person.
Well, most of them are. Because see, the thing is it's not.
Hey, Marsh.
It's not what they call it, the gender dysphoria, that you feel like you were born in the wrong body or anything like that. The vast majority of the time, it's a sexual fetish. Anybody who bases their identity as a person around a sexual fetish is not a good person, is a sack of shit, is a disgusting individual, is someone that no one wants to be around, and on and on and on we go. Think of any fetish that's out there, and if you can imagine in your head the kind of people who like take that shit into public and try to insert that in a regular everyday conversation and make their families fucking deal with it and all that kind of shit. Imagine people who take the bondage thing way too far, so they literally go walking around in the street dressed up in fucking leather gear while their partner is fucking crawling around on all fours like a dog wearing a fucking leash and a ball gag. That shit's disgusting. Think about furries and how everyone hates them. It's the same shit. So yeah, surprise, surprise, they end up being just as fucking obnoxious and annoying people.
Hey, Marshall, is there any possibility that your old account got banned off Twitch for you saying the gamer word? Or was it something else?
Which gamer word? There's a lot.
The one that gets you banned.
Which one that gets you banned? There's a lot.
Thinking about the truly forbidden one. You know, the one that Foxford likes so much.
Of course, I understand exactly which word you're referring to. It's the one that is also the same name as a Vietnamese dish.
Yep, okay. Good for you, Marshall.
What?
No, he said his old Twitch account got banned because he was trolling a locomotive streamer.
Excellent. Good work, Marshall. Did you tell him to work the shaft? Good work now.
No, Ryga, you know the car part thing? Snacks has decided to start using locomotive instead of car part. He thinks it works a little bit better.
Hold on, Ryga's in the chat, right? Because I just went in there.
So I know you don't have work tomorrow, but what time do you think you're going to tap out? Is it probably going to be like before or after I tap out?
I don't know. I'm in a terrible mood. So if I tried to sleep, I could like force myself to with medicine, but my sleep would be shit. And I'm not feeling particularly tired.
Alright.
I thought your old account got banned when you had something like you forgot your old account or something, and then like another guy got access to it or something. Isn't that what happened?
You're talking to... Yeah.
I'm talking to Ryga yet?
Yeah.
Ow.
I mean, I have people in my Discord who come in with new accounts basically every other month because they keep, you know, messing with the protected class. If you get me. I don't think so, Rye Guy. I don't think that's how Discord works. I don't think Discord, like, actually goes to servers and watches it for, like, bad words and bans people who uses those bad words. I think to them it's like states' rights. Except instead of states' rights, it's server rights. Like, the servers get to decide who to punish for what. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Discord is fairly good about just letting servers kind of handle themselves.
Okay, so I love this because I fucking love the Jonathan Frakes Beyond Belief memes.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta check this tweet out.
Oh, yeah, that one. I mean, coaching contracts don't really matter that much.
Not this time. We made it up. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer.
I remember a while ago, I was playing mobile games. Um, this was like last year. I was playing some mobile games, and I would watch a lot of ads on them because that's how you make progress in those games sometimes. Jonathan Frakes and Brett Spiner were doing this ad for this like Star Trek themed mobile game, and I remember thinking like, man, they must be really hard up.
You said he was doing an ad for a Star Trek thingy?
It was a Star Trek mobile game.
It's not that they're hard up, it's that he's getting offered crazy amounts of money. Literally anyone who is involved with Star Trek in any way. It's retarded what they're doing, man. Like, Picard just fucking opened the floodgates. It's so stupid.
Yeah. I wonder why Picard is even successful. Like, looking at it, I don't know what it is about it that's like even appealing to people.
Nostalgia to a retarded degree.
Like, isn't it rated R and they have Picard like saying fuck and stuff, and that's like supposed to?
Yes, it's childish shit, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't get it. What am I supposed to do here? I am confused. Aha!
This time.
Hey, Link! This thing opened one of the...
Did Brett Spiner ever do anything other than Star Trek and Independence Day?
I didn't hear you. What?
Did Brett Spiner ever do anything outside of Star Trek and Independence Day? I don't think so.
Extremely small bit roles. I wouldn't necessarily call them cameos, but like really, really small. Or it's he was in this one episode of Frasier for like one episode, but it was really not that much.
Sucks to be typecast. Like I was reading the other day about how Jim Caviezel had such a hard time finding work.
After the Passion of the Christ.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had a great career before then. It wasn't that he got typecast. What happened is that he was in Passion of the Christ, directed by Mel Gibson. It was guilt by association. Didn't have anything to do with anything other than that. Alright, so I'm taking a look at his filmography right now. Brent Spiner, that is. After Star Trek. Yeah, that's it. He does a couple of things here and there. Very small scale, very small parts. No real breakout roles in any other kind of thing. Essentially, yeah, it sucks. But, I still think that he had a good career.
And it could have been much worse.
Yes. I'll be back in a second.
Oh yeah, Jim Caviezel is a Seahawks fan.
Leave it to me.
Chris Pratt's a Seahawks fan, right?
3 more to go. We
Sorry about that. Oh, fuck, god, fucking, fuck, damn, fuck, I need a fucking new fan, god damn, for fuck's sake, fucking breaking fucking once.
Well, it's my understanding that your fan broke.
Correct. The, I don't know what you call it, but, it's one piece which holds the fan blade in place while it's spinning broke. So I can only run it on the lowest setting, and I have to have the fan tilted up at a 45-degree angle, otherwise it will still spin off its shaft. And man, that fucking sucks when it's 110 degrees out.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I don't even know how much fans cost. I probably spent more money on fucking beer this week than fucking fans. Fucking go on. Fuck! Oh wow, that's pretty funny. I'm watching the Sheck and the Fool thing, and this one fan was doing the half-court shot at a Bulls game, and he actually fucking drilled Benny the Bull and knocked him clean out. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good. I like it.
Oh no! What the fuck? He's gonna hurt you, really.
And here come the pretzels.
And here come the pretzels. Try to hit the outside corner and missed. This is the most shameful thing I've seen since the days of Bob Euchre. It's Bob Euchre signing off. Can you believe that in all this time I've been home, I haven't even turned on my TV?
But you were going to say turn on your vibrator. And I was like, no, I can believe that.
Why on earth would I own a vibrator? I'm a man.
I don't know, because you want to?
Don't answer that. Your Honor, I object. No, I was actually, I don't know if this would exactly fall under the realm of something that you don't want to hear about, so feel free to mute me at any time. But I was reading a green text from 4chan, and it was hilarious. Because what it was is this guy, he was talking about, he ended up breaking up with his girlfriend, because initially he bought, I don't know if you know what kind of sex toy this is, it's called a clit sucker.
Can imagine what it is based off that name.
Well, it's just like a... I personally have never used one, I personally have never seen one, but as I understand it, it's supposed to be a very powerful suction-based tool, exactly like you said, as you can imagine, blah, blah, blah. And it's supposed to be even more amazing than a vibrator for a woman in terms of sensation. So he bought one of those to try to spice things up in the bedroom, but his girlfriend apparently didn't like it. So he got curious one day and decided to use it on himself. And what he did is he put it on the underside of his wiener. And of course, I'm not a doctor. I don't advise anyone listening to this to do that themselves, because I have no earthly idea what had happened to you. This is literally some guy writing shit on 4chan. For all I know, that it'd suck your intestines out through your asshole or something. I don't know. So he puts it on the underside of his wiener, and he's all like, oh my god, it was the hardest nut in my life. I came in like 15 seconds. And I still do every time. I use it 3 times a day. I can't go to sleep without using this thing. Basically, my entire life revolves around using it now. And he's like, and I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend because, you know, when I was in a constant state of post-nut clarity, I stopped taking any of her shit anymore, and I started to realize how annoying she was. And I was like, there you go. That's fucking...
That's a good one.
Oh, man, that's a good name.
Yeah, Scarecrow, I was reading about that the other day, that there's going to be a sequel to The Passion of the Christ apparently coming out later this year. Which...
Oh, now son of a bitch! This isn't related to what you just said, but I literally just downloaded this one game. I'm excited to play it off of Game Pass. Evil Genius 2, World Domination. It's supposed to be this cute little kind of strategy game where you play as an evil mastermind. Sort of like a James Bond, where you're playing as like a Doctor Evil kind of spoof character. So I wanted to try this out and everything, but it's leaving Game Pass soon. I just fucking downloaded the shit.
Oh.
So I got like a week. I'm like, fuck.
Well, you got a week, I guess.
Ugh. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not that invested in it. I don't know, fucking dedicate the entire week of gaming this shit. Ugh, whatever. What have I got to be happy about anyway? I might as well. Be back in a second.
What? Seriously? Okay. I guess I gotta go get the other one. Hopefully this works. Wait, do they not merge together? Dang, I don't think they do. Oh, wait, they do.
What?
No, I'm trying to figure out this puzzle.
Cool. Ugh.
Come on. This has to be it. Wait a minute, I think I can maybe just like do it like this. Cut up and dribble.
You should have put on a blue mask and just started going. Did you guys?
Is he still making videos, or did he finally get perma-banned off YouTube?
I'm not sure. Quantrell Bishop, yes he is, every day. Well, not every day, but multiple times a week.
Okay. For him, I guess.
He's a legend. See, what sucks is that he had years and years of his top content banned off of YouTube when he lost his original account, and it is just so brutal. Because there was so much good shit, dude. Especially him raging at fucking Call of Duty or golf games. Oh, those were the best.
Mm-hmm. The uncontested layup. Absolute state of Cleveland Cavalier fans.
Strong wind.
Remember Moogle told me one time he tried to show the uncontested layup video to his friends and they didn't get it. They didn't know what the joke was. No, Moogle was telling me one time he tried to show the uncontested layup video to his friends and they didn't get it.
Well, of course they don't. You remember the ending of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker movie, right?
Yeah.
We are all the retarded, autistic, serial-killing clown boy. Oh, Jesus.
Did anyone see it? Because he finally made a game winner. Did you guys see the Philadelphia Eagles game? Did anyone see it? Did anyone see Nick Foles' face after he made the slant pass? The uncontested slant pass?
Don't you mean the uncontested catch?
Oh, by the way, what's the absolute state of your Cavaliers franchise right now?
I'm taking it slow. We're still in LeBron's sophomore season.
Your team still duty, or are you actually like competing for titles?
Their duty by roster. Me playing them, they're competitive, but it's just because I'm playing them.
Which is pretty accurate to real life LeBron Cavs teams, I guess. Get the bead for Embiid. Horrible pot and time bomb. Never forget when the Celtics gave away a surefire title run because the coach had consensual sex with a woman.
Not just a woman. A woman that identifies as a woman.
Exactly.
Practically a crime now.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes. See you guys soon. Okay, everybody, I am back. Oh. Snacks may have tapped out for the night, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he did. Okay, guys, I'm flipping over then.
All right, let me make sure this works. All right, beautiful. Okay. Not really, Scarecrow. I loved Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think it's a fantastic movie. I really liked Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Browser went full on Epstein. And hello. Okay. Fair enough. chat. Let Joker know that I'm back and to put his headset back on or something.
Okay, this is gonna be kind of weird, but what if I... No? Okay. Oh. What? Okay, this is just kind of weird. So you have to keep it moving? Oh, okay. When I left, I thought you said you were going to bed. Or you were leaving.
No. No, my
Okay, I'll be right there. Hold on.
Okay, we are back. Alright, yeah, I guess I misunderstood.
yeah, my browser died.
Ah. When I came back and saw you were off the call, I thought maybe you had just gone. Alright, cool. Alright, Damn it. I'm out of those damn things. Damn. I still have a bunch of these, so I could go cook more, I guess, but... Let's see. Anyway, did you go to get food or something?
No, my browser died.
Ah, okay.
So I was trying to restart it.
Ah, I got you. School. No woman of mine is going to go to school. Shut up and make my babies.
Hey,
Unfathomably so.
pretty much.
Okay. Monta Ellis have it all. Who's the guy who always did the raps, like the Monta Ellis have it all thing? That was on the NBAB. God, I can't remember his name all of a sudden. No, Future Stucky was Ninja, but he later claimed that he didn't even mean it as a Dragon Ball Z reference. He meant it literally, and then people turned it into a Dragon Ball Z thing.
Because it was hilarious.
Yeah.
I was so glad that happened.
I remember Ninja talking about one time, and he was like, "You fucking weebs turned into an anime thing."
He should have known better with the Serbian NBA. This wouldn't have happened if it was still Yugoslavia, man. This is Kosovo.
Oh, sorry. I don't really follow the Serbian NBA.
It's fucking all-timer, man. I can't believe that shit.
Leave it to me.
Disagree, Santi. I thought Legit was amazing. I loved Legit. They were hilarious. I like them way more than the Goon Squad. I never thought the Goon Squad was funny.
The Goon Squad
That's it, Link.
wasn't funny,
Should be able to
which is what made it funny. Oh man, Many X's, Bond, and Redfield were so fucking good. I was fucking still quoting that shit today, like fucking 11 years after the fact, saying we are all wetnesses. Oh god, that was hilarious.
I like this stupid Knicks fans a little bit, like Cyperaz. He was pretty okay.
I felt bad, dude. Fucking I don't know if you remember Unk.
Oh, yeah.
GM.
Oh yeah, of course I remember.
I'm sure Sandy remembers him too. I think, with the benefit of hindsight and everything, I think that guy might be developmentally disabled or something. But he used the same username for almost everything that he came up with. And Mark CSII, who's a Celtics fan, one time he was talking to me, and he just Googled Unc Jim, and he got that was the name he was using most recently, but he had an account previously that he had closed from an account bet. It was Unc, which it was short for UNC because he went to UNC. It was UNC the best, like 2007. So he Googled that, and then like he found like a ton of other stuff that the guy had, because he kept using the same fucking username across everything. So because of that, we found the dude's MySpace page, we found the dude's Twitter page, we found the dude's Facebook page, and we started harassing him and shit. And then like I feel really fucking bad like thinking back on this now, but he was like sending like these thirsty comments to this one girl's Twitter page.
Oh, so he's like Derek.
Yeah, so what I did is I made a parody account on GameFAQs and I started pretending I was a Knicks fan. What I did is I used a picture of that girl and photoshopped in a Knicks jersey and a Knicks hat on top of her. And he started sending me a bunch of DMs hitting on me and I was fucking dying.
So you Monte Teo'd him.
Basically. Oh man, I feel really bad looking back on it now, but at the time it was hilarious because fuck the Knicks.
Yes,
Again-
Santi. Apparently,
Again, looking back on it now, I feel like he might be like developmentally disabled or something.
yeah, Santi. Reggie Bush. Apparently, he was one of those kids that got like the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck and he was in the room, so he was without oxygen for a while, which made him like brain. You know, it's like when your brain is deprived of oxygen for a while, you don't come back right.
Let's go.
Like he.
See, now just here's another way to put it, Santi. We were pretty good at stuff. We were better than I'm sorry. Whew, yeah. Oh shit.
That
He's
must
like
be
in his
what's
40s.
causing the blizzard.
Probably 50s. Goddamn.
We've got to
I think he
take
worked
it
as a
down.
Walmart greeter because that's all he could do.
This wind is so strong. Don't get blown away, Link.
I don't get the Walmart greeter thing. That makes me want to go to Walmart even less, knowing there are people there who are going to try to greet me. Fuck that.
You haven't worked very much in retail.
Never. No.
There are a lot of, I feel comfortable referring to them as subhumans, but there are a lot of subhumans who have like no human interaction at all, but desperately want to. I mean, we're talking about like the elderly whose children don't call them, dudes who like have never spoken to a woman since like high school or some shit, and they're in their 60s now. People like that. They're actually desperate for human interaction, so they specifically go to a retail store just so that they can interact with the employees there, because they're the only people who are going to talk to them.
We aren't hurting it at all.
Fair enough.
But, I mean, in a nutshell, seriously. So that's who the Walmart greeter is there for. You also need to remember that it's all a part of the Walmart corporate culture, and they're really like they do this like Walmart team cheer thing or whatever before every shift. I've seen this mentioned a couple of times in books that I've read talking about fucking capitalism, some shit. So they do some weird cheer before the start of every shift, and the manager goes out there, and they literally do like a cheerleader thing where they say, "Give me a W, give me an A, give me an L," and then they get to the Mart part. But what's between Wall and Mart is the little the fucking dash.
Yeah.
So they say, "Give me a squiggly," and then the manager's supposed to do some retarded fucking dance. I'm sitting here like, dude, you don't get paid enough to do that shit.
Yeah. Like, I wonder what the purpose is of that from a business perspective.
Care.
Well, who would say that? Random fucks who need human interaction, and since they're getting it that way, they say, hey, okay. And there you go.
Never really thought about it.
I mean, anybody who's worked, I mean, not just in retail, but in literally any customer-facing role where you have to interact with the public constantly, they'd all be able to tell you the same thing. Where it's like, there's some people out there who just... they want to create a connection with you, and they don't care about how much you don't give a shit.
Oh, so it's kind of like a version of the people who think that the porn stars on Twitter actually care about them.
Basically. To an extent, yeah. Like, here's an example. That they really been cracking down at work recently. Everyone's got to wear a name tag. Because we've had a couple of times we've failed some kind of secret inspection where wearing your name tag is part of it for the corporate whatever. So they've really been getting on everyone's ass about it. So I said, hey, I'll wear the fucking name tag, but it really bothers me when someone I don't know uses my name. So can I just put a fake name on there? So they said, yeah, sure. So I just put a fake name on there. And wouldn't you know it, people are using that fucking name all the time. And I sit here and get even extra annoyed because I'm all like, anytime I hear that shit, it just makes as I know you're trying to correct me overnight. That's my purse. I don't know you. I'm like, look, dude. I'm here because I need to get paid. If I could work this job and never have to speak to a single one of you, so please, just leave me alone.
It's coming from below again.
A lot of people just
Is your fake name Ingle McCringleberry?
No, I went with the old classic, Rusty Shackelford.
That's a good one.
So yeah, my name tag just says Rusty.
Nice one.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it though. Like all those posts that I sometimes send you from, like, you know, wages posting their L's online. These companies really do stuff like that.
Yeah. Because like the fucking weirdest of the weirdo normies fucking eat that shit up, dude. What a catastrophe.
Alright, I got him. That wasn't so bad. Yeah, Byron Scott is one coach of the year. Scotty Brooks is one coach of the year.
Perfect fucking examples. Not only are those dude absolute sacks of shit who don't belong anywhere near
You have to stay clear of those
that
tornadoes.
award,
Be careful.
they're not even in the fucking league anymore.
Mike Dunleavy won one and he's fucking
Get too
awful.
close to the tornadoes.
Mike Dunleavy looks like poor man's
Fucking-
Tony Soprano.
Fucking unbelievable. Scott Brooks,
Here they come
Coach of the
again.
Year in 2010. Two-time NBA All-Star Game head coach in 2012 and 2014. That doesn't really mean that much all the time, but he hasn't been a head coach in 2 years. And once the Thunder finally wised up and fired his ass, he was on that shit-ass Wizards team for 5 fucking years coaching them into the ground. When the Wizards had Pierce for a minute there, and they actually made the second round a couple of times.
Scales.
Yeah, I
Just
remember
give me the
that.
work.
Yeah, then Scott Brooks came to town. And they've been rebuilding for like a decade now.
Great job, Link.
Yeah, that's a team that's been bad for way too long.
So right now, Scott Brooks is in the NBA, but he's finally been demoted.
Way to go.
He's back to being an assistant. He's with the Blazers. The only reason he even has a job is because the Blazers head coach needs help from Scott Brooks to learn how best to tank.
Yeah, he's the assistant
gotta
for Chauncey
admit.
Billups.
Yes, he is. But you gotta admit, looking out for him. Dude, as soon as this guy stopped coaching Kevin Durant, his all-time coaching record went so fucking deep in the hole. Holy shit. Look at Eric Spoelstra post LeBron, post Dwayne Wade. Look at Scott Brooks post Kevin Durant. That is, it says it all.
Yeah. Pretty bad.
And he won a Coach of the Year award.
Yeah, I remember back on the NBAP, Ninja used to always defend Scott Brooks and say, like, no, Scott Brooks is actually a really good coach, guys. And then, like, there was this one season where the Thunder missed the playoffs by 1 game. And somebody asked him, like, why did you keep saying that Scott Brooks was actually a good coach? And he was like, because I'm a Pelicans fan. Because the Pelicans were the 8th seed that year. They
Right.
made it by 1 game over the Thunder.
I remember. Man. After a while, you start to feel fucking bad for KD. Like, you can understand how the shit can get to a man to such an extent that he just fucking snaps. And you get what you get.
Well, that's why he went Pierre Delecto, right?
Yeah. I mean, man, that shit's gotta suck for him, dude, straight up. It's been a minute.
Now
Poor guy.
he's...
Tulin.
I mean, it feels like his career as a highly relevant player might be over. Like, he's on a Suns team that has no depth and no way to really get better. Chris Paul might retire, and if he doesn't, he has very little left in the tank.
I
Yes,
really want the
I am
Suns
your
to get
ancestor
Budenholzer
from
so
a time
bad.
long ago.
That
I proudly
might
served
be the
Hyrule's
play.
first king. I
That'd
was a
be
Rito
amazing.
warrior and a sage with control of the wind. Where you fight, the winds follow. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You make me proud. That monster you defeated, the source of that intense blizzard, it was summoned by the Demon King. He thought
Welcome
he could
to my
stop
new
you from
submarine
obtaining
lair.
the stone you just
Coach
found.
of the
Long and hard and
My
full of
secret
semen.
stone.
What?
Coach of the Phoenix Mercury mystified as to how
This is a lot to learn.
Brittany
Odin, son.
Griner's first game
I know.
back from Russia was not a sellout.
But listen while I tell you what happened in the past. A tale of the imprisoning war. And the mission our people must accomplish.
He's not serious, is he?
Years ago,
Here.
when the kingdom of Hyrule was still young, a great evil, the Demon King, descended on the land. He sought to wipe out anyone who opposed him.
Okay, that's very clearly Ganon. That looks like
But
Ganon.
Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, requested my aid, as well as that of 5 other warriors, to help in the fight. Rauru entrusted us with amazing artifacts, secret stones, objects that amplified our formidable abilities. I carried one into battle as the Sage of Wind. It was thrilling to fight alongside my fellow sages. Yet we were still no match for the Demon King's overwhelming power. His magic was staggering, and I was unable to slip past his defenses, no matter how hard I tried. In the
Why
end,
wasn't Brittany
King Raru
Griner's
realized
first
he
game
would not
back
be
since
able to
being a
defeat
political
the Demon
prisoner in
King.
Russia?
To save our
Not a
world,
sellout.
King Raru sacrificed himself
In
and
other
sealed
news,
the Demon King away.
why is it that the Indiana Pacers can have
That
such
wasn't
good
in prison
attendance,
anymore.
but the Indiana Fever has less than a high school football game's attendance every game?
The rest of us survived that climactic battle.
Is this guy
And I
actually
would
retarded?
soon receive a visitor with a
It's a
request
mystery.
that would define the future of the Rito.
Phoenix Mercury head coach Vanessa, oh that's why, Nygaard couldn't believe the
It was another of the six
Crypto.com
sages,
arena.
the Sage of Time.
The Demon King will return. The
Crypto.com.
magic binding
That's
him
where the
will be
Lakers
undone.
play, I think.
When that time comes,
I
a
think
noble
that's where the
swordsman
Lakers
named
play.
Link will oppose him. But Link will only succeed with the Rito's help. Summon the winds and
Yeah,
support
they
this
did.
hero.
It was clear what
Oh.
the Rito would play.
It will be an honor to defeat the Demon
It was
King.
previously known
I
as the
swear
Staples
to you that
Center
when the
until
Demon
December
King returns,
2021
the
when
Rito Sage of
Crypto.com
Wind will
acquired the name
awaken
and
once
rights.
more. And you can count on the full support of the Rito.
Oh. You have no idea how much that hurts. You used to be able to see that Staples
And
fucking
now
lit
we
up
know about the imprisoning war.
while
and the
driving
mission
on
I
the freeway
accepted on
into
our
fucking
behalf.
downtown LA at night.
You've saved Rito Village, but there's more to do. The Demon King will soon recover his
Wow.
full strength. Tulin, my brave fledgling, you must
I mean,
take up
all the
secret
stadiums
stone
are losing their cool
and
name
honor
now,
the Sage
honestly.
of
Like,
Time's request.
all the
Because I mean, I
stadiums.
know it's not.
The Demon
I know it's
King.
not like that amazing.
With
Because
the
like
swordsman
Staples Center
Link.
is literally named after the company Staples, the fucking office supplies retail store Staples. So it's not exactly
So
like
it's
it's
my
cool or
mission
anything.
To fight
But-
the Demon King with you?
That was just what I had
Link! This is so
for a long
amazing!
time, and I'll never see that
I
again
can't
now.
believe my ancestor gave me such an important mission. And it involves fighting alongside you to save the world. If we don't do anything, then the world is gonna
Sucks.
be in big trouble. I can't let that happen. I'll do this. I'll happily take this secret
That
stone.
really sucks. It's never gonna be the same.
Crypto.com arena. At least it's not FTX.com arena.
So here's another reason why. Brittany Griner had 18.6 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 2 assists, and
Check
Phoenix
out what I can do
94 to
now.
71 lost. Wow.
How do you have Brittany Griner and you suck that bad?
Hold out your hand.
Mercury head coach Vanessa Nygaard was expecting a much fuller
The
arena.
Sage of
I mean,
Wind.
it was
Swore
great,
to
but like
fight by your
honestly,
side
come
until
on now,
the end.
LA. We didn't sell out the arena for BG. Like I expected
Take
more,
this.
you know,
It's
to
proof
be
that
honest.
I'm with you.
Right, it was great, it was loud, but how is it not a sellout? How is it not a sellout? Brittany Griner said it was nice to be back in a real game. It was nice to be back on the court and in a real game and everything. The love from the fans who came out was amazing, and the players. I definitely felt it, and I felt it when I was there in Russia. It was nice, but performance-wise, it wasn't good enough because I couldn't help the team with the dub. Either way, at least I no longer have to hide things inside of my anus in order to... Just kidding about that last part. The arena could fit about 19,000,
You
and
can
about
use that ring
10,000
to
came to
call
the
on my
game.
power anytime. all right?
That's not bad.
Okay.
A home game for the
let's
Sparks
head
and their
back to the
average
village
attendance
and
is
tell Dad.
5,600. So that was still fucking good. Sitting there being like, why didn't we sell out? Like, dude, take the W. Like,
How many WNBA games even sell out like ever?
the ones in Seattle.
Maybe. Maybe.
Well, because like the Storm still play in Key Arena, and Key
Right.
Arena was small. Remember that was part of the whole controversy. Seattle doesn't deserve to keep the Sonics because they won't build a new arena because we need a place for the tiny hats to get together and compare gold stacks.
Yes.
I'm gonna crack this shit, dude.
Shout out to the WNBA. Got some fine ass girls I want to fuck in the mouth.
Nice. That's what I'm talking about.
That song still bangs. It's still a good song. I don't care what anyone says. That song slaps.
Oh?
Alright, we saved the town.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
That's a good meme.
So which one of those bird people is Link going to fuck?
I think his girlfriend is actually a mermaid from the first game, and I haven't gone to the water city yet.
Oh.
But I do actually think I had romantic relations with a mermaid type person.
Well, now you just need to remember what Fry said in Futurama. Why couldn't she be the other kind of mermaid, with the fish part on top and the lady part on the bottom?
I mean, I don't see why they can't have a vagina down there.
Well, when it comes to Japanese hentai that has mermaid characters in there, they pretty much do it that way, where they're like, okay, they're human from the twat up, and fish from like mid-thigh down. And it's all like, I'm pretty sure if the guys who thought up the mermaid a few thousand years ago had the chance to fucking take another crack at this one, I think they'd look at modern hentai artists and be like, you know what, that right there, that's good thinking.
And you just reminded me of how shitty the Little Mermaid movie looks.
Yes. Uh-oh. No.
A knick-knack, paddywhack. Nicky-nacky.
Give that dingleberry alone.
Eh? Oh. Huh? Oh. Wow. Oh.
Yeah, she is right, guy. But the funny part is, she also doesn't know how to swim, which is kind of funny to me.
Who?
The actress who's playing Ariel in the Little Mermaid live
Oh
action.
yeah, I remember the meme. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the main character in the Little Mermaid is red. The main character is the crab. The main character always gets the best song. Remember?
Gotta have me a ginger.
You got it, chum.
Actually, I do think that the main character for The Little Mermaid is very well cast because she looks like a fish. Like, it's uncanny. She looks like an anime character because her eyes are so big. I respect it.
Am I kawaii? Yeah, no, you're right. You know, she's definitely well cast because thinking that that bitch is a princess is a complete fantasy.
It's some singer. I can't remember her name. No, Melissa McCarthy is playing Ursula. Which, I don't know, that strikes me as kind of like the meme casting that you would do for Ursula, but they actually did it IRL. Javier Bardem is playing King Triton, though, which is kind of fun, I guess.
Yes, because neither he nor the lady who's playing his wife are in any way African. So them having a African child is really fun.
Yeah. Maybe the movie's gonna have a big plot twist where that's actually the plot.
Oh yeah, like King Triton's child is supposed to fulfill some kind of prophecy, so they keep trying to get Ariel to fulfill the prophecy, and then like it's a horrible failure. No one can understand what's happening. So, in like 2/3 of the way through the movie, her mother sits her down and she's like, "I'm sorry, I have to tell you something."
And then the rest of the movie is King Triton going around trying to figure out who screwed his wife and kill him. Who cucked him.
And that was the day that King Triton became Genghis Khan and just ordered his soldiers to whip out the mallet and crush the private parts of every man. Jesus Christ.
And then at the very end, he realizes he had a cuckold fetish all along.
Oh my god. I just got a mental image of fucking Javier Bardem's King Triton wearing hipster glasses, and he's got a fucking shirt on that says, "I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad who stepped up." Which is like the cuck anthem.
I remember I read a Persona 5 fanfiction where Ren found out he had a cuckold fetish, and the whole fic was just his girlfriend going to have sex with other guys, and he would watch. It was pretty good.
Very amusing.
What's your opinion of, like, a pregnancy fetish? How do you feel about that?
You gotta be more specific, because there's a lot of different kinds involved in that. Do you mean just finding pregnant women attractive, or do you mean breeding, or do you mean lactating, or,
I think
or do you mean
I
like
think
we
it's
were
just the
mentioning,
pregnant
like,
part of
cuckold
it.
stuff?
I think it's
The
just
pregnant part. Some women are attractive when they're pregnant. Some women aren't. However, it's like in much the same way that you can find kids annoying, but you love your own kids. I think you'd have a much easier time finding a woman that you loved and who was carrying your child. You'd have a much easier time thinking she was attractive when pregnant, as opposed to thinking that just some random woman who was pregnant was attractive. Now, an attractive woman is likely to be attractive when she's pregnant, but pregnancy affects a lot of women differently. And also, a lot of other things go into it too. You know, like if you think that stretch marks, like you don't have a problem with them, you'll probably be fine. But if you think that stretch marks are disgusting, and then it ends up being that, you know, your wife, even if you love her to death, but she ends up being pregnant with twins, so she has like an extra sized gut that's covered in fucking stretch marks, you probably think that she's gross.
mm-hmm.
It,
Right.
it depends on a lot of things, you know?
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
I am not attracted to pregnant because I don't want someone grabbing my dick.
Well,
Ooh. Well, it's not that it was degenerate, it was just... I don't want to be mean.
yeah.
It was just meh.
It was like, you just made me think of the opening scene of The Hills Have Eyes too.
You just made me think of the opening scene to the Norm Macdonald's Have Eyes too. It's fine. Alright, guy, don't worry about it. Do you remember when Norm was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Regis was just saying some shit and Norm's like, that is very uninteresting.
That is very uninteresting. Man, I remember when that show premiered. That was like one of the biggest things ever at the time.
That fucking the 50-50 meme, that's an all-timer.
You
That's some
remember
good-ass
the
shit.
first guy who ever won Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
I remember that he did the thing where it was all like, I'm calling you dad. I just wanted to tell you that I'm gonna be a bajillionaire.
Yeah. I remember watching the episode with my grandmother, and she didn't get it. She didn't know what he was doing, and she was yelling, like, stop wasting time and ask him the question. And eventually, like, it took her a while to figure out that, oh, he knows. It's pretty funny.
Stand bedizzle. My jiggly badoo.
God, I've committed suicide so many times in this game.
I'm glad you said in this game. I was about to be like, and here it is. This is the me. It's happening.
You wouldn't get it.
Basically.
What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor?
Angle my Kringleberry.
UJ Shabag. What if you put Adolf on your name tag? Would your supervisor demand you change it?
Did you say something else? I'm sorry. Could you say it again?
If you put Adolf on your name tag at work, would your supervisor demand you change it?
No, I just get fired.
Oh, okay. What if you went in there and were like, hey, boss, check it out. It's Adolf Monday.
It's Tuesday, you're fired.
Hey, boss, check it out. It's Hitler Monday.
What good timing. I'm watching, this video is called Hulk Hogan's Greatest Entrance of All Time. And there's a sign in the crowd that says, Hail Hogan. I shit you not.
That's pretty good. Guys, I will be right back. Give me a few minutes and we will continue on. Okay, I am back. See here. You think it's realistic for someone to take 9 shots of tequila over the course of a day, as long as they're eating a lot of food in between shots and not just like get alcohol poisoning?
What?
Do you think that it's reasonable for someone to have like 10 shots of tequila in one day, as long as they're a little spread out and they keep eating a lot of food between shots without getting alcohol poisoning?
It depends on the person, because alcohol affects different people differently because of the size of their body. Um, Imagine in your head a sumo wrestler, or hey, here's a better one. Imagine in your head Shaq. Shaq can handle a lot more tequila in a single day than a 5 foot tall, 105-pound woman.
Mm-hmm.
10 shots of tequila in a single day would kill that woman. 10 shots of tequila in a single day for Shaq, depending on how well it was spaced out, might not even get him drunk.
True. Yeah, that's fair. Let's see here. All right, let's get up there. Oh, what the heck? Oh, Oh, hell no, you're not. Nuh-uh. I'm not standing for that. Get the hell out of here. I didn't think that through. Damn it. You remember that time I linked you to that fake trailer for the Salamanca spin-off TV show? And you were like, is this real? And you, for a second you thought it was real. And then it shows that video of the guy who kind of looks like Gus Fring with giant titties.
Oh no, no! Oh god.
And you were like, oh,
Yes, I-
okay.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh god, Christ, no. That was a nightmare.
Mosquitoes. Tostito. What I can do. Nothing. I said, look what I can do.
Oh. Oh, God. I didn't even know this was a thing. You know what other sports game is on Game Pass?
What?
Cricket 22.
I don't even know how cricket is played.
Neither does anyone else, but apparently they tried to make a video game about it. How about that?
Sounds like a good time. I might be willing to play something like that. Might be fun to learn the rules to cricket.
This actually reminds me, I had a rare moment of interaction with a customer today that actually made me happy.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was Sunday morning, I guess there's some Little League games out there and shit. And I just called it Little League, but I mean, the dude was clearly a teenager. But since it's Sunday, it's obviously not a school thing. But, he's all dressed up like he's getting ready to go play a baseball game. I said, hey, kid, what position do you play? He said, oh, I'm a pitcher. And I'm like, damn. He said, damn, why damn? I said, because I wanted to tell you to go out there and hit one for me. But now it makes it sound like I want you to hit a batter. And I do, but your mom's standing right there, and I don't know if I can get away with that. And he said, you want me to intentionally hit somebody with a pitch? I said, with all my heart.
And he appreciated the joke.
No, my court date's in August.
Okay. Because I remember when I worked at that mom and pop store that fixed computers for a few months back in 2011, the main employee there would sometimes make jokes with the customers when they came in to pick up their computer. The customer would act like, hey, where's my computer? You know, because we would call them to come in and pick it up. They would be like, hey, where's my computer? And this guy would go, we sold it. But a lot of people, they were like older people, and they, you know, took things more literally, and they didn't really get the joke. And it was a shitty joke anyway, but there were some people who really didn't appreciate it. Sometimes they would be like, okay, how much do I owe you? They'd be like, $1 million. And sometimes most of the time people would be like, aha, very funny, but sometimes you would get somebody who did not appreciate that attempt at humor.
Yeah, this kind of thing happens like all the time throughout the day.
This video.
Oh. Did you hear about the Star Wars hotel?
No, I didn't. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. I'll send you the link. Hey, Deterp. Yeah, I like Jedi Survivor. It had problems that it really shouldn't have, but overall it was still a fun game to play. I still liked it. I'm just annoyed that they can't get the game right before release. But, hey, that's a problem that's been going around forever. A popsicle thing here. Shit, I've already done that shrine. Yeah, more or less deter. All right, let's see here. Let's just try to get like somewhere over here.
Fallout 76 is on Game Pass. Nice move.
Apparently they did fix the game and it's pretty good now. It's just nobody's playing it anymore.
Right, and this is another reason why it's so stupid to me why companies continue to do this shit where they rush out a game thinking that they can fix it after the quote-unquote launch by just having people pay to be essentially beta testers. First impressions are pretty big.
Mhm.
Now, we've gotten to the point now, especially with like Steam sales and everything like that, you know, a game has a long lifespan as a purchasable product. But if it's a multiplayer game where the experience is based on people playing online, your first impressions are kind of important. You can't fucking rush that shit out the door, boogie mess.
Right. Oh, D-Turp, I'm pretty sure the Knights of the Old Republic remake is dead in the water. To my knowledge, it's just not going to happen.
Yes, yeah, they basically canceled it.
Mm-hmm. Like, at this point, I'm not expecting it to ever be released, unfortunately. I mean, it really is too bad because that game is such an impressive, like, feat. Like they made a game and they were like, okay, we're gonna try to make the best game we can make. It's just going to happen to be a Star Wars game. We're not going to try to sell it on the basis that, oh, it's Star Wars. We're going to try to make a great game, and it just so happens it's going to have the Star Wars license on it. And it was a huge hit despite having a gameplay style that a lot of people would not be into. And they just can't leave well enough alone. It sucks.
No. All I need left to just really rub this shit in is to have that fucking dog wake me up tomorrow morning after 2 hours of sleep again.
When you say dog, do you mean unattractive woman or...
Literally, the
Okay.
dog that my mom got.
Wait, she got the dog.
Yes.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's hell on earth.
Sounds like it.
You know what's fun to do in the show 23?
What?
To hit batters with pitches. But that's been fun to do in every MLB The Show game ever made.
Do you ever get like ejected when you do that, or do they just keep warning you?
In some show games, you used to. They don't do it anymore. But in years past, yeah, they used to throw a pitcher out of a game. Because what they'll do is that they'll actually have the umpires give warnings. But then nothing happens. Which is super disappointing, but like, whatever, you know?
God damn it. Well, that's really annoying. The elixir doesn't work as promised. I can't even use this for my purposes. That's really fucking shitty.
Fuck me. How did that Pistons team get even better? This is the fucking Pistons team that I gotta go up against in my fucking Cavs franchise. Chauncey Billups, Andre Iguodala, Tayshaun Prince, Carlos Boozer, Ben Wallace. I know Boozer seems like he doesn't really fit there, but like that's the offense that
Oh,
team's
wait,
kind of
so
desperately missing.
they don't have Sheed?
Well, because she's not in the game.
Oh, right. Okay.
But they drafted Iggy. And I don't know if you remember, but Iggy, when he was on the Sixers before he started getting passed around to other teams, I think he was on the Nuggets first, was like the real Sixers. Matter of fact, that's right. Iggy threw the fucking 2013 series against the Warriors because he signed with the Warriors and he knew he was going to.
Yeah, I actually remember that. Brian Windhorst says Kyrie Irving is ready to come to the Lakers. Imagine. My understanding is they can only offer Austin Reeves like 4 years, 50 million, and he's probably going to be able to get more if he wants to. So I don't even think they're going to be able to keep Austin Reeves. Yeah, Snacks is here. Yeah, Andre Iguodala was awesome when he was on the Sixers.
Yeah, that's what I meant. He was awesome when he was on the Sixers. He was like initially towards the end of Iverson's tenure with the Sixers and everything.
Yeah.
People are like, this is it, man. Iggy is gonna revitalize this shit. You know, it's gonna be Iverson and Iggy, man. This is gonna be great. But then Iverson left, and people are like, this is Iggy's team now. It's gonna be great. And Iggy was doing pretty damn good for a while there by himself. He fucking he was still with that 2012 Sixers team that beat the Bulls after Rose got hurt, right?
Yeah.
And then he left to go to the Nuggets, and the Nuggets were fantastic. And this is what made people realize that Iggy was a hot fucking commodity for a championship team.
Dude, right, guy, you can't be that obvious about it. You're on Twitch.
So anyway, so yeah, like the whole reason I say all this is because Iggy offensively is good. Iggy offensively, he could create his own shot back in the day, and once he moved on to the Nuggets and then especially the Warriors, he really developed a fantastic jump shot and ability to spread the floor to the point where it's like, you know what, this guy, like Iggy, I think the first year that the Sixers won, like not only did he win Finals MVP and he won that shit for a reason, but Iggy, if he wanted to, he could have easily taken home Sixth Man of the Year.
Oh yeah.
And all of it brings me right back around to what I'm saying right now. I'm going up against this fucking Detroit Pistons team. They may not have Sheed, but Billups, Iggy, Tayshaun Prince, Carlos Boozer, and Ben Wallace. LeBron is going to get his ass whipped, and this team might actually score 90 points, considering they're going to hold me to like 50. Like, that's a hell of a fucking young team right there.
I mean, Ben Wallace is kind of the perfect player you want to have when you're going up against early LeBron, right?
Early anybody, especially in the mid-2000s, man. But I see what you're saying, especially because early LeBron, and it's reflected in the game in terms of the stats and everything else, early LeBron's jump shot was broke. It was fucking broke.
If you've ever seen gay porn before, you would know
that Iggy is a top. Right?
LeBron actually almost won Finals MVP the year that Iggy did. Like, I think it was like 7 votes for Iggy, 4 votes for LeBron.
I remember that. People were talking about it a lot. They said LeBron should be the first person since I can't even remember who. I think it was Jerry West.
Yeah, Jerry West.
The first person since Jerry West to win Finals MVP, even though he was on a losing team, because like he's the best player in this Finals by far. Because he was averaging like 44 points and like 15 rebounds and like 18 assists and like some ridiculous shit. But like the numbers didn't mean anything. And what's funny is that they gave it to Iggy because of the defense that he played on LeBron. But it was hilarious because it's all like he's not though. Like, I mean, of course, Iggy was playing great and his defense was great. But like, oh yeah, he should get the Finals MVP because he's playing the defense on LeBron. That's why his team's winning. And I'm all like, LeBron is not Michael Jordan. He doesn't average 60 points a game for an entire fucking playoff series to just will his team to win while these bums are putting up nothing. That's who LeBron is as a player. Like, he's fantastic, but he is the guy who allows J.R. Smith to throw the game away because he passed the ball to him in the first place. Jordan would hold on to it and chuck it over 5 defenders and somehow will that shit in. Kobe did the exact same thing. Like... So, you know, being like, yeah, he's playing great defense on LeBron. It's like LeBron's averaging like 40 points a game.
Yeah, I always thought that was very weird.
Meanwhile, Curry like literally can't miss, and he's pulling up from half court and averaging like 30 on fucking like 100% shooting. Like, what the fuck's he got to do to get more credit? Oh shit.
At least he finally got his Finals MVP last year.
Yeah. Could you imagine if he didn't? Like, just won multiple championships and would retire without a single Finals MVP? He'd have like a fucking handful of MVPs, no Finals MVPs, like fistful of rings. People would say all this weird shit about him for the rest of his life. Especially as I'm watching this this one channel I was telling you about, the NBA Goon or whatever. And it's really funny to me because he's a young kid, like he's younger than Nicholas is even, and it's crazy to me because as we're listening to this guy talk and the bullshit that he's saying and all this, it's because he said himself, like, he started watching basketball the season that some big player retired. It wasn't Kobe, it was after Kobe.
Oh wow, then he's been watching for like 5 years.
Essentially. I don't know. Was there a big retirement? Was there a big retirement in 2017?
KG? Dirk, maybe?
As soon as I see the name, it'll fucking click. Hold on. Let me check my history. Oh, there we go. I was misremembering. Okay, so he's been watching for a little bit longer, but the point is he still missed most of the shit that you and I have experienced. He was saying he started watching basketball the year that Steve Nash retired.
Oh, okay. That's a little bit better.
It was in the Steve Nash video I was watching. Yeah, so he only saw like the last like 2 seasons of Kobe, and all this shit. But like, you listen as he's talking about people, and he has to do what so many people do when they're talking about the sport before they had the chance to actually go and see it for themselves. If the archival footage isn't there, if the game footage isn't there, and like a lot of the shit from the 90s and the 2000s, like the game footage may be there, but it's grainy as hell. And then the stuff from the early 90s and the 80s, the footage isn't there because they didn't broadcast the shit. So, like, the only thing that you have to go off of is newspaper articles, which are written by people who were insanely biased, and the numbers. So listening to somebody's doing that, now it's somebody's doing that with stuff that I experienced, and you can tell that they didn't, and then they're going through this shit, and it's like, wow, this is totally fucking crazy.
Yeah. If you want to understand Nash's value, you have to look at how many points that Suns offense scored every year. Like, I feel like that's the thing that people are going to miss, because his stats are not over the top good. They're not.
Well, that was the thing, is that the year that the Suns picked up Nash was they had almost, like, I think one or two other changes, but they were very minor bench players. Almost the exact same team as they had the season prior. Season prior, they won like 16 or 17 games, and I think that's the year that they drafted Amari with that crappy record. And then they bring back Nash, and then they have like 60-some fucking wins.
That's how you win MVP.
They might have already had. I think actually Amari's rookie season, he didn't have Nash with him. That was like Nash's last year with the Mavs, and then, fuck, now I gotta fucking look at it. But yeah, like, it was almost the exact same roster that won, like, fucking 17, 18 games or some shit, and then fucking the year afterwards, tremendous amount of games just by having Steve Nash there. Because all their offensive, because I mean, this you got to remember, that's a team that had Sean Marion on it with this broken ass jump shot, and then Steve Nash shows up, and all of a sudden that broken ass jump shot is going in.
I loved Sean Marion's jump shot. It was so weird.
Yeah, I love it when people have weird looking forms for shooting, and the shot goes in. I love that.
Like, Taco Fall has this really weird free throw shooting motion.
Yeah, he was actually exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, here we go. Nash joined the Suns team, which had emerging young players in Sean Marion, Joe Johnson, and Amari Stoudemire. The season before Nash arrived, the Suns recorded just 20 wins, and they were projected to have another bad season. And then he went fucking ape shit, and then they won 62 games. Like a fucking 40-win swing with almost the exact same roster. Just because Steve Nash showed up. So like that first season, no question, he fucking earned the shit out of that fucking MVP.
Yeah, that was the year Shaq felt like he got screwed out of the MVP, I think.
Yes.
Because it was like the closest vote ever.
Yes. Because he had 2004 was KG, then 2005 was Nash's first, and 2005 was the last good season of Shaq. Because he was playing with furious vengeance in his heart, because now that he was on the Heat, he wanted to show everyone that the Lakers weren't shit, and that Kobe wasn't shit. And he kind of did, even though he didn't get the MVP. It's just like he wanted that as the cherry on top. But the team was great, and he played great. The season afterward, he didn't play at an MVP level, but they won the championship, so who cares? Like, a lot of people sat there and said, well, Shaq didn't get the finals MVP this time. And it's all like, well, who the fuck cares? He still won, and he was obviously very important in their success. Like, who cares?
I mean, Wade had one of the greatest finals performances ever, so it's kind of hard to win finals MVP anyway.
I am so sad that he turned his kid into a locomotive. Just because he heard that his kid wanted to be an engineer when he grew up. That's the wrong kind of engineer, Wade. How the hell this? Oh, hell yeah, let's go, Mo. Fucking defensive lessons paying off right there. Look at this shit. That's what I'm talking about, boy. Oh, this is funny as hell. They subbed in. They subbed in the guy LeBron replaced. I guess he found his home in Detroit.
What, Ricky Davis?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good meme right there.
I remember Ricky Davis. He was the guy who shot on his own goal to get a triple-double, right?
I think. Oh, wow. Tayshaun Prince just blew a dunk. That's a good meme right there.
He blew it LeBron style.
No, when I say blow it, I mean he actually, it was an uncontested dunk.
Yeah.
Jumps up and he actually went for it because LeBron kind of just like fumbled the shit and it sailed out of bounds. What happened here is the guy goes up, he yammed it down, and he yammed it onto the rim and it bounced off and into the rafters.
Oh, okay.
That was some hilarious shit right there. Wow. I did not expect that to happen. Detroit called a timeout because they think that our offense is just too unstoppable. This is too much of a scoring run for them to accept right now. It's 4-0.
Hey, better than what Joe Mazzulla does.
Yeah, to be fair, it's also 4 minutes into the game.
Wow. You truly have brought back the Riley.
Yes.
Pat Riley ball.
This is exactly the kind of game that I thought it was going to be. We are just whipping the shit out of each other, except no one's getting fouled. This is just severe ass whoopings. Oh hell yeah, I love this. Ben Wallace, one-on-one, ISO defense against. Oh shit, here comes a double. You gotta make that. God damn it. LeBron had a mismatch on Ben Wallace at the three-point line. So I was like, all right, here we go. So I hand it to LeBron, and the double comes instantly. He passes to fucking some no-name, some guy that I'm raising up to be stretch big for now, but he was like an undrafted shitter, and he's just performing well for me, Robert Kennedy. And I don't think you'd even be able to find him on Wikipedia or Basketball Reference or anything if you looked, because there was like 8 other guys named Robert Kennedy at the same time. But anyway, so I pass it to him. He's wide open, but shot just clanks off the rim. I'm like, dude, really? I hate that.
Yep. I mean, that's pretty much what all of LeBron's teammates did on Cleveland back then.
Yeah.
Wide open clink.
Still Cleveland. Come on down to Cleveland town, everyone. Come and see both of our buildings. This is a place where there used to be industry. Trains are carrying jobs out of Cleveland. Our economy's based on LeBron James. There's a river that catches on fire. It's so polluted that all our fish have AIDS.
That's pretty good. Man, imagine if the Grizzlies had won that LeBron lottery instead of Cleveland. Because that was a really good Grizzlies team that year without LeBron.
What?
No, the team that almost won the LeBron lottery was the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay, I just checked the 2003 draft.
No, their pick was top 1 protected. It went to Detroit unless they won the lottery. So if they had finished 1, they would have gotten LeBron, but because they finished 2, the pick went to Detroit.
Oh. Okay. But Detroit took Darko, though. So who's to say that Memphis wouldn't also have taken Darko?
Well, they may have taken Darko if LeBron was gone, but I'm saying if they had gotten the number 1 overall pick instead of Cleveland.
All right. Yeah. Who knows, man? Because I see what you're saying. Powell was already on that team, right?
Okay, let me see here. So they had Pau Gasol, James Posey, Jason Williams, Mike Miller, Bonzi Wells, Shane Battier. That was actually a good team. They won 50 games with no LeBron. They might have made a run to the finals with him.
Well, Shane Battier and LeBron did win a championship together.
Mm-hmm. Bonzi
Oh,
Wells.
Mike Miller. It's actually a lot of guys LeBron played with,
Yeah.
and 2 guys he won a championship with. Yeah, actually, unironically, if they just straight up played, if they just leaned into it and played Braun ball, have Powell playing center, LeBron at power forward, Battier small forward, Mike Miller shooting guard, and then rock Brevin Knight as the point guard.
That could have been a really good team, I think.
More than likely.
Way better than LeBron's team when he was a rookie on the Cavs.
Way better than LeBron's team in LA.
That too.
Did you ever notice how Ben Wallace kind of has the same haircut as Anderson Varejao?
He has the same haircut as Buckwheat.
Oh, Tay.
I had to say it.
So the first 3 in the game is drilled by Tayshaun Prince.
I thought you were going to say Ben
What
Wallace.
What a crock of shit. Oh, I'd be insanely pissed off.
So, Yao Ming shot a ridiculously high free throw percentage in his NBA career. It was like almost 90%. But he basically never shot any threes. I feel like if Yao Ming played in the modern NBA, he'd be taking threes constantly.
He was a half decent, because like you said, he never shot it, but when he did, he actually had good looking form and he did pretty okay. So
Mhm.
if he actually played in a system that encouraged stretch big play, it could have been.
Absolutely.
Definitely. It would have been nice to see the attempt at least. Why is it?
Because if you're that good at shooting free throws, you should at least be competent at shooting threes. That's
What am I
just
doing?
common sense.
Our offense is broken right now. We got to get Tony Allen out of here. They just don't have the offense acquired to justify Tony Allen's presence to play defense right now.
Try to turn off the shot clock and try to win a game 2-0.
Good lord. That would be so disgusting.
Apparently that happened once in a high school basketball game.
Whoa. Okay, the first foul of the game is actually a flagrant. Ben Wallace straight up Bynum hero elbowed Robert Kennedy.
Flagrant 1 or 2?
Flagrant 1, because there are no flagrant 2s in NBA 2K.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah, but that's because, like, Flagrant 1 is extremely bad hard foul, like, very questionable and over the top. Flagrant 2 is intentional Bush League shit, and even if you, the player, are intending to do that kind of thing, there's no way to model that in the game as being intentional Bush League shit.
Okay.
It's much the same way to where, like I was saying in the show, you used to be able to get tossed if you kept hitting batters, but regardless of how many times you had your pitchers get thrown out for hitting batters, the batter would never be able to charge them out. Some things are too much even for the simulation.
I think there was a 2K game where if you hooked up your microphone and you said a swear word while the microphone was on when you were playing, it would give you a technical.
Yeah. The NBA 2K is on the Xbox One when you have your Kinect active. Then if you said a swear word after a foul, you'd get hit with a technical.
That's pretty phenomenal.
There you go. Money. Oh my god! How did that fucking bounce out? Oh my god, I'm calling a timeout. That is total horseshit. Got fucking robbed. God damn it, Z! If you're not gonna shoot that three, then you gotta stay out. Fucking not over there, man. Good lord.
More like little Z.
Basically. Well, I mean, like, he's literally camped out at the three-point line, and Ben Wallace is cheating off of him so hard. I'm like, what the hell's the point of this dude?
Oh, I see what's going on here. I think. Although I might still be able to do it my way.
Easy.
Okay, Scarecrow Bar, I don't know if you're trolling or not, but if you're actually telling the truth, that's hilarious. If your smart TV actually gets mad at you for cursing.
Remember Demolition Man, where they'd fucking fine people money for cursing? That's where we're at, man. Oh my god in heaven. My team is literally allergic to threes, and yet we get into the paint and get anything we want. This is baffling.
I'll keep taking shots in the paint, I guess.
Pretty much, but like we keep getting open threes, and it hurts me to have to pass those shots up. Like LeBron has 3 and 1s from contact dunks so far, and yet he's missed 5 threes. All of them have been wide open. It's very upsetting.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, Jerry West was actually the GM of the Memphis Grizzlies when LeBron was almost went to the Grizzlies. He must have felt like David Stern would rig
Do
it
you
for him.
remember Suck for Luck?
Oh, yeah.
The LeBron tanking campaign was actually earlier than that. It was called Suck for Cuck.
It was called Cabron for LeBron. Does
What the fuck? Good job, good effort.
No, remember that meme on the NBAB? Like, cabron means something in Spanish that is insulting, so people called him cabron.
Oh, yeah, cabron.
Yeah.
Means asshole.
Yeah. Suck a cabron for LeBron.
What do you do for Kobe? Stay out of Colorado.
You don't need to tank for Kobe. He went 13th overall. I wonder why he didn't go to college for a year. I mean, it makes sense when LeBron and Dwight Howard do it because they're going to go number 1 overall regardless, but Kobe barely went in the lottery.
It's because a lot of players were being taken straight out of high school during that era. Kevin Garnett, Tracy McGrady, those guys didn't go first overall either. Now, those were guys who definitely, like, they fucking deserved to go straight out of high school. They did fine. And they changed things up because, like, a lot more guys started coming out of high school, and then, you know, exactly like that, it started becoming really bad and really obvious that they weren't seasoned and they needed to fucking go to school.
I think Andrew Bynum played in a basketball game when he was 9 years old.
Professionally?
I mean, basically, he was like super young when he premiered in the NBA.
He was a fucking Make-A-Wish kid. They're subbing in Timmy with 30 seconds left. That's what happened in the Heat Celtics game.
I'm still disappointed they didn't put Haslam in.
God, I could just imagine that shit. Spo being like, "All right, we're gonna pick an audience member at random. We're just doing a Make-A-Wish shit down here. We're just gonna get the chance to be on an NBA court and record NBA minutes at the end of this game. That's how big the insult is to the Celtics here. The winning fan is sitting in seat number 0001, C. Montgomery Burns. And here come the churros. Oh, God.
All right, guys, I'm going to step away for a few minutes here. And when I get back, we're going to do this temple. I'm going to go get my upgrade, and then that's going to be it for the night. So see you guys shortly. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Not too much longer. You can call me Ray, and you can call me Jay. Man, Ben Wallace was actually at the draft lottery earlier this week to represent the Pistons, and the look on his face when the Pistons fucking fell to fifth,
You can call me Ray J.
it was something
Yeah,
else.
I can imagine. Yeah, it was probably the same look that everyone alive had. Like, how do you have the worst record and drop to, like, fuck the lottery. Fuck the lottery. Literally, it only exists just to fuck over the team that actually had the worst record. How often does a team with the worst record actually get the fucking top pick?
Literally 14% of the time, because those are the odds.
Exactly. It's just total crock of shit.
Do you think would you be in favor of a rule that is like you can't win the lottery twice in a row or 3 times in 4 seasons or something? Or do you think that if
No.
you're that bad,
Just
you should just keep getting it?
Just get rid of the lottery. Get rid of the lottery. It should just be based off your fucking record. If teams want to tank, let them tank. Spo had a great point. Spo had an excellent point when he was talking about the play-in tournament. The play-in did more to stop tanking than the lottery itself. Because what the play-in does is it gives even as low as the 10th seed the chance to make the playoffs. And if Miami actually wins the championship this year, it shows you. It's all like, if you had a bad season because of injuries, what used to happen is that you just toss it all in, throw it in, let's go, we're gonna fucking tank. The Warriors did that shit. Remember, Klay Thompson got hurt in training camp, and then Steph got hurt early in the season, and neither one of those injuries would have been so bad that they should have missed the entire season. But they fucking let him miss the whole fucking season to try to tank. If it had been for the play-in, if that was a thing, then they could have been like, oh, it doesn't matter. As long as we're still the 10th seed, by the end of the season, we get the chance to make the playoffs, and all we have to do is make the playoffs, and then our amazing elite championship-winning dynasty team gets the chance to fucking pop off again. And Spo was saying it is all like, the last fucking week, a couple weeks of the season were extremely stressful because a lot of teams were playing like hell to try to get in the playoffs. Because all you got to do is get there, and like the team wants it because that's money. The players want it because that's incentives, and if you actually win, the players are now they're looking to get in better contracts. The team is making a hell of a lot more TV revenue from the playoff games. It's good for everybody. Everybody wants that shit. And the front office is sitting there like, hey, there's no point in not tanking if we're gonna be that low anyway. But now, even the 12th seed has the ability to make the playoffs if they fight hard enough to fight up to the 10th seed. Now all they got to do is just win in the play-in, and they can make it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think as an organization, if you have the opportunity to make the playoffs and you decide you're not going to try, like, that's hard to justify to your fans, right? Like, how are you going to tell your fans
Exactly.
that? Like, maybe some fans would be like, oh, yeah, give me those draft picks, but
Right. There's crazy money on the table. So which would you rather have? Make the playoffs and have guaranteed money, or miss the playoffs and not even win the lottery? And even if you do, that the guy might bust. So fuck the lottery, let the worst team have the top pick. Because the worst team usually tends to be the worst team for a reason. Think about this, like literally just think about this for a second. Think of the top 3 picks in each draft for the last, 15, 20 years. How many times did the teams picking in the top 3 without being a team that miraculously jumped everybody because of the lottery. I mean, when I say that, I mean the worst 3 records. How many times were the bottom 3 teams by record actually intentionally trying to suck in the last 20 fucking years?
I
Doesn't
mean,
happen often.
no, it doesn't.
The
Like,
the 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 only time people legitimately justify the whole thing, like tanking sucks and blah blah blah, this is why we have the lottery, is because of Hinkie. That was one team for a couple of seasons, and it didn't even fucking work out for them. But because of that shit, they revamped the lottery to make the top 6 teams being lottery-based picks. And the lottery's been around since like fuck, what, like 1984, 85? So that the league can rig shit when they need to. It's a total crock of shit. The NFL does fine without having to worry about tanking or the appearance of tanking and people hating life because of that shit without a draft lottery. And yeah, there's a lot more talent on the board and a lot more rounds involved in the draft in the NFL. But tanking isn't that fucking humongous of a problem in the first place. And like all you need to do is look at Cleveland getting the first overall pick 3 times in 4 seasons to sit there and say, you know what, I think this lottery thing really isn't doing that good at preventing ridiculous bullshit from happening. The lottery's dumb as fuck. Shouldn't exist.
I still remember how pissed off Steven got when the Cavaliers won that 3rd lottery. He lost his mind, like, even for Steven. Like, he just, like, completely lost his shit.
I can't remember it too much, but I would definitely believe that it happened. But I was mad too. Because, like, even though it wasn't the greatest thing in the world for him, because, like, it was just Wiggins, and they traded him for Love, but they did traded the pick no matter who it was for Love. This is just, the fucking Wolves are dumb. But, like, I was mad as hell, because I'm like, what the hell is the point of the lottery if the same team wins it 3 times in 4 years? Statistically, it's almost impossible. But it happens anyway, so like what the hell's the difference between that and a team intentionally trying to suck and just actually having the worst record in the league 3 out of 4 years in a row? I'm like, how is this any better?
Yeah, the first time they won it, they got Kyrie. Then they got Bennett 2 years later. Then they got Wiggins. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, in the year between Kyrie and Bennett, 2012 NBA draft, they had the 4th pick, and they took Deion Waiters.
Yeah. I thought Waiters was going to be pretty good. He disappointed me.
He was. Not on the Cavs.
See, like, the Pistons did win the lottery a couple years ago, and they got Cade Cunningham, who, I mean, he's good, but he only played 12 games last year. The year before, he shot 41.5% from the... Like, he's not all that. Like, that's the thing. When Detroit wins the lottery, they need that top pick to be, like, a LeBron. They don't need it to be somebody like Cade Cunningham.
Right. Well, that's the point. That's another reason a lottery's stupid. Is that, number one, just because the team is bad, even if they're intentionally trying to suck, that doesn't mean that they're going to draft well, number one. Number two, a lot of the times talent is hit or miss. Look at the Miami Heat and what they managed to do with a bunch of players that were drafted low or undrafted in general. That's because this is talent that other people had passed on. Pat Riley saw potential there, picked them up, and then they fucking popped off. And now these are guys who are going to get max contracts, huge amounts of money, big deals in other places. And why? It's just because Pat Riley, and he's been doing this for a very long time, where he'll find, you know, it's not always a diamond in the rough kind of situation, but just in general, talent that other people have passed on thinking that it's not too important, and then he turns it into a major component of an elite team. And it's all like, if there's talent everywhere and you just need to find the guys who fit into your system the best, and there's a lot of incompetent front offices out there. So why the hell are we worried about them tanking if it's not like, oh, well, they'll just build a super team out of draft picks? Like, the reason they suck is because the front office is incompetent. It's not because they're intentionally trying to suck. So how are you doing anything other than just punishing the fan base by not giving that crappy ass fucking franchise, like, hey, give them a chance to take the fucking stud? Why not? Did Carl Anthony Towns turn Minnesota around? No.
No, not really. I really did think he was going to be a lot better than he ended up being.
And that was another thing, is that he was projected to be this amazing fucking player, but I'm all like, all NBA third team, I think's his peak. Highest I'd put him. I don't even think he'll end up being a Hall of Famer.
Pretty easy to make the NBA Hall of Fame.
Basketball Hall of Fame.
Right.
But maybe. Who knows?
Let me take a look here. Carl Anthony Towns. Like, he's got a bunch of seasons where he averages 24 points a game or more. He's got the big rebound numbers. He's going to have insane, like, counting stats.
Yeah, because somebody's got to do it, and he's been with Minnesota the whole time, and Minnesota sucks. Like, he's only made the playoffs, like, what, like once?
Let me see here. He's actually only made the All-Star game 3 times, which I thought it would have been more.
Wow.
Yeah,
I would have thought he'd had 5.
He's made the playoffs 3 times. Always loses in the first round, I guess, if I'm reading this right.
Yeah.
5 games, 6 games, 5 games. Let me see here. Yeah, they lost to the Rockets with Harden.
What was that?
They lost to the Grizzlies a couple years ago, and this year they lost to the Nuggets. Yeah, okay. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. We made good progress in Zelda. We beat the Wind Shrine. See you guys tomorrow. Video out in the morning. And, yeah, thanks for hanging out.